Chapter 280 I haven't done any test papers for many years. Yi Hong asked curiously, Master Lin, what are you doing? Lin Chen said, the human body is very magical. It has a lot of potential, but it has not been activated. I am now activating and strengthening your wife's immune system. When immune cells are strengthened, they can detect a portion of cancer cells and devour them. Yi Hong, can only part of it be discovered? Lin Chen glanced at him and said, I can let the immune cells find more cancer cells, but the movement in the body is too loud and your wife may not be able to bear it. Treatment must be done slowly and step by step. This process must be combined with herbal medicine. Herbal medicine can strengthen the body and also reduce the activity of cancer cells. Yi Hong nodded. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Chen took Mrs. Yi Hong's pulse many times. He had to determine the physical condition of the woman. Lin Chen quickly collected the needles in about half an hour. It only took him half a minute to collect all the hundreds of silver needles. Master Lin, thank you. Master Lin, do I only need acupuncture once a month? Mrs. Yi Hong asked. Lin Chen nodded, my acupuncture is not a treatment, it just activates and strengthens your immune system. Madam Yi, you only need to go once a month to strengthen it. Boss Yi, the prescription also has dietary restrictions. I will send you a message. If there are any special circumstances, please contact me in time. Yi Hong smiled and said, we will live in the magic city in the future, not far from your home. But Master Lin, don't worry, we won't disturb you casually. You can live wherever you want. Lin Chen said, Boss Yi, I will keep the nannies, gardeners, maintenance workers, etc. who do a good job here, and I will dismiss those who do not do a good job in the future. Yi Hong, they are all recruited by me. None of them have connections. You can dismiss anyone you want. Even if you dismiss all of them, it doesn't matter. Lin Chen said, Boss Yi, I will replace the housekeeper of the manor, and the rest who do a good job can stay. Okay. Yi Hong nodded. It is normal to change the butler when the owner of a manor changes. Master Lin, you are busy with your work, so we will leave first. We will come back for your wedding banquet when you get married. Yi Hong said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, Boss Yi, I haven't prepared the invitation letter yet. I'll give it to you when it's ready. Okay. Yi Hong and the others left quickly. This manor now completely belongs to Lin Chen. Ding ding. Not long after Yi Hong left, Tianlang called. Tianlang, you guys did a great job. Lin Chen answered the phone and praised. If you don't search for news about him on the internet, the host's show about him may attract some of his fans to watch, but the platform will not provide any traffic at all. Moreover, any anchor who wants to take advantage of his traffic will have his other video traffic restricted, and the disadvantages will definitely outweigh the advantages. Mr. Lin, this is what we should do. With your status, as long as you want, we will naturally try our best to prevent you from becoming the focus of public discussion. But you have a lot of fans, so there will definitely be people looking for you. Tianlang said on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen, that's enough. Real fans will at least not bother my parents. And they probably won't disturb my life too much. Tianlang, you called me. Tianlang asked, Mr. Lin, I'm near your manor now, how about we meet and talk? Lin Chen. Now that you're here, how can I not see you? I'm free now, so hurry over. Soon Tianlang arrived at the manor. Lin Chen met him. Tianlang took out a stack of information from the bag he brought with him. Mr. Lin, here are some math problems. Which of these do you think you can solve? Lin Chen looked at Tianlang with a strange expression. Tianlang, this thing of yours brought back bad memories for me. I haven't done math papers for many years. Tianlang coughed lightly and said, Mr. Lin, you are joking. With your ability, how could the math test paper stump you before? You must be deliberately hiding your strength. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He used to be just average at math. He picked up the information that Tianlang had brought out and looked through it. His math was now at the legendary level, and although these questions were difficult, they were not particularly abnormal. He knows all these questions. Tianlang, where did you find these? Tianlang said, Mr. Lin, I found some academicians. They had some research problems that were blocked. I asked them to list the difficult math problems they used. That's all. Most of the questions have been proven, but some are just conjectures that need to be verified. Lin Chen, do you suspect that some of the certificates are fake? Are other countries deliberately setting traps and obstacles for us? Tianlang nodded. That's possible. But it's also possible that this is academic fraud, or that the author of the argument has not thoroughly understood the issue. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. What matters is that these have hindered the technological development of our country. Mr. Lin, how much do you know? He brought hundreds of questions covering many aspects. It would be good if the top mathematicians in the country could come up with 1/3 of the answer, and there is no guarantee that it will be correct. There are many branches of mathematics, and mathematicians are good at different things. I think I know all of them. Lin Chen chuckled. Tianlang was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, Mr. Lin, are you sure you know all these questions? I think so. I just didn't realize it wouldn't happen. Lin Chen said. Tianlang took a deep breath and said, some of these are just conjectures and have not been proven internationally. Mr. Lin, can you take a closer look? All right. Lin Chen read it again. I should know all of them. These are just questions without proofs. Please write down what you have proved in the proofs. I will take a look at whether there are any problems. Tianlang nodded. Mr. Lin, I will do my best. There are a few unproven ones, can you prove them? This mathematical knowledge is very important to our country. Mark them. Tianlang quickly marked out several that had not yet been proven. Mr. Lin, we will not publish these. You proved them, but you cannot get the credit you deserve. Tianlang said apologetically. Lin Chen didn't care, it's good not to announce it. I don't care about the so-called international honor. Tianlang stood up and saluted. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The country will not forget you. The country will definitely give you the honor you deserve in the future. Lin Chen waved his hand, don't talk about this. I will help the country when it is necessary, but don't blackmail me morally. My moral standards are not that high. Tianlang. Mr. Lin, you have done a lot for the country. Those experts asked Lin Chen a lot of questions. They basically worked for the country and their projects used state funds. Some projects fail again and again, wasting a lot of money. Lin Chen saved a lot of money for the country. And the benefits of successful projects will be even greater. Tianlang and his team have estimated that the help Lin Chen has brought to the country is no less than 50 billion yuan. Chapter 281. Let us start with 100,000 planes. Tianlang left Lin Chen and the others and arrived at the airport. Lin Chen and his family of 3 returned to the Magic City. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue will not be returning for the time being as they still need to spend time decorating the house themselves. They only promised Meng Yao one daughter, and getting her married was the top priority. Ding ding. Lin Chen received a call from Prince Hailey. Prince Hailey, what's the matter? Prince Hailey on the other end of the phone said happily, Master Lin, the transport plane has landed safely. Shall we take out all the drones next? Lin Chen, yes, find an open place, put them all in place and turn them on. By the way, the place you find needs to have internet access. Okay. Lin Chen hung up the phone, and Su Mengyao asked, Honey, have all those drones been shipped to Camel Country? Lin Chen nodded. Su Mengyao said with a little worry, Honey, they spent $10,000 per piece. They won't be dissatisfied when the time comes, right? The cost of raw materials is not high. Lin Chen said, they are different from us. If we have to spend so much more money, we would rather have more people, each with one to control those drones. We have more people and our individual soldiers are of high quality. It is difficult for their soldiers to operate so many drones. Their advantage is that they have a lot of money. The big guys may be rich, but they are not stupid. Su Mengyao, I don't know if they will place an order. Lin Chen asked, Wife, hasn't Xingmeng Technology received any new drone orders recently? Got it. The company's production lines are now operating normally, but those orders can only barely keep the company running. The impact of Tianhe Group on us is not small. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen pondered and said, Hailey needs it urgently. They should be facing a lot of trouble now. They have only bought 50,000 drones, which should not be enough. It's highly likely that they will want it again. Gradually, time passed by and it was night. Lin Chen and his friends had already arrived in the Magic City. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep listening to a fairy tale. Su Mengyao walked out of the bathroom. Lin Chen got out of bed, hugged her and kissed her little mouth. Su Mengyao persisted in the French kiss that lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, her body only trembling slightly. She has basically gotten used to this kind of close contact. Wife, I don't have time to clear your meridians tonight. Prince Hailey should be ready soon. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao nodded, hubby, I'm not in a hurry. You said it before, even if you clear my meridians, it will be very difficult for me to become very powerful in cultivation. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's not enough to just clear the meridians. I need to become more powerful in the future to expand your meridians. Aha! Hubby, go get busy. I'm also very sleepy. Lin Chen went to the study and called Hailey. Master Lin, I was just about to call you. We are ready here. When is it convenient for you? Hailey asked on the other end of the phone. He was feeling a little nervous at the moment. They have experts who have checked and found out that the cost of these drones is far less than $10,000 each. Hire is not afraid of being held accountable for spending their own money, but they need these drones as the situation is tense. Right now. I will install the system on these drones right away. Prince Hailey, these are civilian drones. Unauthorized modification is strictly prohibited. I will not be responsible if any problems occur after modification. Lin Chen warned. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen turned on his computer and accessed the external network. Soon he connected to one of the drones. Lin Chen had already prepared the bee swarm control system, which was in Arabic, making it easier for big customers to control it. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen transferred the control system to the drone. The drone then connected with the other 10 drones around it and copied the control system to them. In about half an hour, all 50,000 drones had acquired the swarm control system and were able to be controlled. Ding ding! Lin Chen called Hailey. Prince Hailey, you can take control. So soon? Hailey said in surprise. He had expected to wait several hours. The internet speed is limited, otherwise it could be much faster. Lin Chen chuckled. He could transmit data to all drones at the same time, but that would require too much bandwidth. The internet speed in Hire was not slow, but it was far from enough. Drones can communicate with each other much faster. Prince Hailey, please give it a try. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. I had already told Hale how to control him. Hale wears a pair of smart glasses that he can use to control the drones. All drones stand by at 1 meter altitude. Hailey tried to order. He didn't let them fly too high to avoid accidents. They wouldn't break even if they fell from a height of 1 meter. Buzz! 50,000 drones took off simultaneously. They all flew very accurately to a height of 1 meter. Hale's eyes showed shock. All drones are at an altitude of 100 meters, with each drone 10 meters apart. Hale ordered again. 50,000 drones quickly rose and spread out. What a strong control ability! These drones seem to be a unified whole. An expert next to Hale said in disbelief. It is not difficult to program and control many drones, but it is not easy to have such a large number of them, and Hire now directly gives orders for these drones to execute. They seem to possess artificial intelligence. But this should not be possible. They should just have stronger logical processing capabilities. Use Unit 1 as the center of the circle and send out 5,000 drones to search for all armed targets within 3 kilometers. The remaining drones landed at their takeoff locations. Hale gave the order again. The place where they were located was an abandoned military camp with many buildings, and Hailey brought hundreds of people with him. There are quite a few soldiers among these people. They hid in buildings. Buzz. Among the 50,000 drones, 5,000 searched quickly and the other 45,000 landed quickly. The battery power of drones is limited and cannot be wasted. What a powerful automatic search capability! The automatic obstacle avoidance capability is also excellent. The expert next to Hale said excitedly. A manual search of an area of 3 kilometers would take a long time, but a search by 5,000 drones would not take long. Every target drone found will be marked, and there will be drones keeping a close eye on the target. Sharp! Hale was delighted. The materials used in the drones are not particularly good, but the swarm control systems of these drones are very powerful. All drones returned to land. Highly ordered after the test was completed. 5,000 drones quickly returned and landed, and they were sent to a secret factory for modification. The remaining internal space needs to be filled with explosives. In addition, these drones need to be repainted. Ding ding. Hailey called Lin Chen. Prince Hailey, how is it? Hailey on the other end of the phone said happily, Master Lin, these drones are very good. I want to order some more. How much? Hailey thought for a moment and said, let's start with 100,000. Chapter 282 Mr. Lin, where do you rank in the world? Lin Chen was surprised and said, Prince Hailey, are you sure? You just tested it and haven't put it into actual combat yet. Hailey, Master Lin, if the actual combat effect is very good, then I will not only order 100,000 aircraft. Master Lin, you guys can build these 100,000 first. There's no need to rush. We can deliver them in a month. Lin Chen said, it is impossible to deliver the goods in 1 month. The factory still has orders for the rest. Hailey asked, how long will that take? Lin Chen thought for a while and said, together with the rest of the orders, it will take about 50 days to produce 100,000 units. Hailey frowned slightly. 50 days is a fast time to produce 100,000 drones, but the situation on their side might worsen. It's better to have more safeguards in your hand. Hailey, 100,000 aircraft cost $800 million. If I add another $200 million, can we complete it in 1 month? It turned out that he paid $20 million for the 50,000 aircraft 1 day in advance, but the expedited fee for the 100,000 aircraft was not that much. He doesn't need these drones so urgently. But the total expedited fee of $200 million is also very high. Prince Hailey, it should be possible. It is not a problem at all to pay enough overtime to produce enough. Hailey, I will arrange the transfer right away. Master Lin, please send this batch of drones over as soon as possible. Okay. Not long after, Lin Chen received the transfer. Hailey transferred US dollars directly this time. Lin Chen now has 3 billion yuan and $1 billion in his bank card. It turned out that he had nearly 5 billion yuan in his card. He spent more than 100 million yuan on buying drones from Stardream Technology and 1.7 billion yuan on buying back shares of Stardream Technology. TSK, so much small change. Lin Chen was amazed. $1 billion is equivalent to 7.3 billion renminbi at the current exchange rate. Adding 3 billion renminbi, he now has 103 small goals on his card. It only costs him 300 million to buy 100,000 drones, and after deducting this, he still has 100 small goals. In addition, he also owns 19% of the shares of Stardream Technology and a considerable number of shares in fairytale.com. Lin Chen looked a little dazed. Before he knew it, he had become a super rich man? It's true, if you want to be rich, you have to rely on the rich. Before he started doing business with Prince Hailey, he had less than 2 billion. But in just a short time, he already had over 10 billion in cash. Calm down, calm down. Compared to small amounts of money, one's own abilities are more important. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He turned on his computer and logged into tongxin.net. Lin Chen found that there were many more comments in the comment section than before. The most popular comments were asking when there would be a book signing event. Book signing? Lin Chen was thinking. If he gave his readers such an opportunity, many of his fans would probably not come to him. The chances of him being watched when he goes out will be much lower. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly wrote a fairy tale. He added a sentence at the end, saying that if the fans did not bother him, he would hold a book signing event every year. Lin Chen quickly uploaded the fairy tale. There are now many people following his movements on the website, and many people saw this fairy tale as soon as he uploaded it. Wahahaha, there really is a book signing event. Everyone, please don't disturb Master Lin Yu's life. Otherwise, let alone the book signing event, he might even stop updating. I will definitely go to Master Lin Yu's book signing event. A signed book might sell for hundreds of thousands. Many messages quickly emerged in the comments section. tongxin.com, Chen Xinhan quickly noticed this. Not long after, Chen Xinhan called, Master Lin, you said online that there would be a book signing event? Can this book signing event be hosted by the website? Lin Chen chuckled and said, I just said there might be one. If there is certainly no problem with the website hosting it. He himself is one of the owners of tongxin.com. Master Lin, your 4th book can be published again. Is it okay to keep it the same as before? Chen Xinhan asked. Domestic royalties are no longer much for him. The overseas copyright is worth $10 million per copy, which is quite a lot, but the domestic copyright is only worth about 10 million renminbi per copy. However, the domestic business is a long-term business, and his fairy tales will probably be reprinted every year in the future. In the long run, the income is still quite considerable. Master Lin, I'll send you the contract then. Chen Xinhan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Lin Chen has been exposed and is very popular, he is worried that Lin Chen will become less easy to talk to, but fortunately, Lin Chen's attitude has not changed compared to before. Okay. Not long after, Chen Xinhan sent the electronic contract. Lin Chen signed the contract and received several million in small amounts of money. 2 hours passed. Lin Chen finished answering an email sent to him by an academician. Byte. Tianlang sent a message to Lin Chen. Master Lin, the questions are ready. I sent them to your email. Please check it. Lin Chen opened his mailbox and sure enough, there was a new email. 93 out of the 100 questions have proofs, and the remaining 7 are just some conjectures in the mathematical community. The hypothesis may be valid or it may be wrong. Lin Chen looked at it quickly. His knowledge is very comprehensive and he seems to be very fast. If there is a problem, he can find it quickly. Seeing the 5th one, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. There is a proof for this question, and the proof was given by a top foreign mathematician, but Lin Chen found a problem. The problem is so subtle that it is easy to overlook it. Lin Chen marked the problem. For the time being he did not answer it but continued to look at the remaining questions. After a night, Lin Chen, who had the answers, read them all. There were actually more than a dozen problems among them. This ratio is a bit high. Lin Chen guessed that there must be foreigners setting up a trap. Mathematics is the foundation of all sciences. If there is a problem with this foundation, research based on it will reach a dead end. Wasting money is the least of your worries. Wasting a lot of time is the least of your worries. The confrontation between countries may be slow step by step, and the indirect losses will be much greater than the direct losses. Call. Lin Chen let out a breath of foul air. He called Tianlang. Tianlang on the other end of the phone looked at the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock. Mr. Lin, you are not taking revenge on me, are you? I had no choice but to come to you so late. If I were 1 day late, some national projects would suffer more losses. Tianlang yawned. He slept very late last night and hasn't woken up yet. Tianlang, what a coincidence, I thought so too. Tianlang. He felt that Lin Chen must want to take a small revenge on him. It's so early in the morning, disturbing my sweet sleep. Mr. Lin, what do you want? Tianlang said seriously. Lin Chen, I have read all the questions with proofs, and I have marked all 14 of them as problematic. I didn't give proofs for those conjectures, but I gave the results of whether they were right or wrong. I sent you the email. Tianlang on the other end of the phone was stunned. So fast? None of those math problems were easy, and their proofs were complicated, making his scalp tingle just by looking at them. It's obviously mathematics, but there are so many symbols. To him it was a divine book. Lin Chen finished reading more than 90 questions in one night? Mr. Lin, based on your math level, where do you think you would rank in the world? Sirius inquired. Lin Chen chuckled and said, what do you think? Chapter 283, Identity level is upgraded again. Tianlang said, you can give the results of unproven conjectures. Are you the best in the world in mathematics? That may not be the case. Maybe there is a hidden boss? But being in the top 3 in the world shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen said with a smile. Tianlang on the other end of the phone was shocked. Lin Chen said so, but he knew that Lin Chen's math level was very likely the best in the world. Mr. Lin, thank you for your answer. It's still early, so you should take a nap. Bye. Tianlang said and hung up the phone. He had to report this news quickly. Soon Tianlang called Su Shangyang. Su Shangyang was also sleeping and was woken up by his phone call. Tianlang, what's the matter? Su Shangyang said in a deep voice. He knew that if it wasn't something important, Tianlang wouldn't have called him so early to wake him up. Bu Su, let's meet and talk. Su Shangyang looked solemn. We still want to meet and talk? Come to my office. Su Shangyang lived not far from his office, and Tianlang arrived at his place in less than half an hour. Tianlang, what is it that requires such caution? Su Shangyang asked. Their phone lines are confidential and the chance of being monitored is very low, so Tianlang didn't even say anything on the phone. Miss Su, Lin Chen's math should be number 1 in the world. Serious road. Su Shangyang's eyes lit up. Did he say that? Tianlang reported, I collected some difficult questions, including several conjectures. I gave them to Lin Chen at 11 o'clock last night, and he gave me the answers half an hour ago. He found more than a dozen errors in the ones he had proved, and he didn't prove a few conjectures, but he gave the right and wrong answers. Su Shangyang was shocked and asked, he gave a right or wrong answer to a math conjecture? How many questions are there in total? Tianlang, there are a total of 193 of which have been proven, and 14 of these are wrong. Is the proportion so high? Su Shangyang couldn't quite believe it. Tianlang explained, Minister Su, I found these mathematical problems from the projects that are bothering us. Some of them may have been deliberately created by other countries. Su Shangyang nodded slightly. They have found such problems before, but such cases were rare before. It's not like Lin Chen found 14 at once now. Lin Chen told you over the phone, right? You talked to him on the phone, why didn't you tell me directly on the phone? Su Shangyang asked. Tianlang coughed lightly, Bu Su, no one will eavesdrop on him, but someone might eavesdrop on us. Su Shangyang. Is it not safe to call me? Tianlang explained, don't get me wrong, Chief Su. The reason I thought it was safe to talk to Lin Chen on the phone was because his hacking abilities must be very strong. He shouldn't be able to hide the fact that someone is eavesdropping. Su Shangyang nodded slightly, that's true. This news is very important, I have to report it. You come with me. Have you printed out the email Lin Chen sent you? Sirius nodded. Soon they set off to meet higher-level bosses. Normally they would ask a math expert to confirm it first, but they believed the result given by Lin Chen directly. They dared to report to the higher-ups with the email from Lin Chen. Given Lin Chen's achievements in calligraphy, painting, fairy tales, etc., would Lin Chen play such a joke on them? If Lin Chen was unsure, he would just say he was unsure. An hour later Su Shangyang and his team left from a place. Soon several old men sat together. One of the old men explained the situation, and they all agreed to upgrade Lin Chen's level to SSS. As your status level increases, security will also be strengthened. If something happens to a person like Lin Chen, it will be a huge loss to the entire country. Now that we've talked about business, let's talk about something else. Xiaolin is getting married in 20 days, should we go alone? One of the old men said. Another old man said, if we go, maybe the enemy country will target Xiaolin even more. Lao Li and his men have a good relationship with Xiaolin, so let them go. The other 3 old men nodded. The Mr. Li and Mr. Zhang that Lin Chen had met were of very high rank, but they were still slightly lower than these old men. Some of them have retired and some are in a semi-retired state. It would be more appropriate for them to go. Camel Country. The first batch of 10,000 drones have been modified. These drones have been equipped with high explosives and have been repainted. Painting does not change the appearance. But it still looks very different from the original. And the original ones had the word Star Dream technology on them, but now there is nothing on these drones. Set off. Hailey personally led the team to a mountainous area. Many reactionary armed forces hid here, and they attacked nearby towns and caused great damage. The Camel Kingdom sent troops to deal with them, but the combat effectiveness of the Camel Kingdom soldiers was really worrying. They were well equipped but they couldn't perform well. They are simply unable to handle many of the cutting-edge things. After several conflicts, they suffered greater casualties. This is very embarrassing. Are they going to compromise with the reactionary armed forces? How is the battle going? When Hailey arrived here, the first thing he did was to ask about the battle situation. Your Highness, the situation is not optimistic. We organized several attacks, but they repelled them all. We lost hundreds of people. They relied on the advantage of terrain and suffered fewer casualties than us. Faisal, an officer here, said. Hailey frowned. How many people died? How many people died on the other side? Faisal hesitated for a while before saying, Your Highness, they may have lost 20 to 30 people. Hailey. They had hundreds of deaths, and the other side had only 20 or 30? Why is this happening? Faisal was helpless. Your Highness, the enemy often fights wars to make a living. Our soldiers are all young masters. How can they have fighting power? Hailey asked, Are there any civilians in this area? Faisal shook his head. There are shellings every day, so where are the civilians? Your Highness, do you want a large-scale bombing? It's useless. This mountainous area is neither big nor small. There are many caves in it. The enemy is hiding in the caves, and it is difficult to bomb them. Hale's eyes flickered. It's good that there are no civilians. He pulled out a tablet. The tablet displayed a map of the vicinity, on which he circled the area where the enemy was located. An hour later, 3,000 drones were ready. Kill all armed targets in the target area. Hale gave the order. Buzz. 3,000 drones took off quickly. They formed formations and rushed to different areas of the mountains. The maximum speed of these drones is 80 km per hour, and their flight time is half an hour at a speed of 60 km per hour. Not considering return, their maximum strike range is 30 kilometers. Soon a drone spotted the target. The target was carrying a firearm and was judged to be an armed target. The drone rushed towards its target at top speed. Chapter 284: The actual combat capability of drones. The attacked militant moved flexibly, trying to avoid the oncoming suicide drone. Then his speed was much slower than the drone, and the drone dived and crashed into the ground next to him. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Each drone is loaded with 300 grams of high explosives. Once it explodes, people within 10 meters will have a hard time surviving. Even if you survive by chance, there will be drone attacks. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to sound one after another. 3,000 drones are enough to attack a large area at the same time. Damn, it's a drone. Activate the drone jammer immediately. A leader of the reactionary armed forces shouted angrily. The effect of their drone jammers is not particularly ideal, but if it is an ordinary civilian drone, their jammers are sufficient. The control level of the Camel Country soldiers is very average. Once they use jammers, those drones are basically useless. However, the jammer was turned on and the drones in the sky continued their attack. Seems to be totally unaffected. Lin Chen's aircraft manufacturing skills are at the master level, and he knows very well how to resist interference and how to ensure communications. Each drone can communicate with nearby drones at close range, and the entire drone swarm is a unified whole. Drone jammers cannot cover all drones. Boom! Boom! Run, hide! Drones continued to explode, the reactionary militants panicked, and those outside tried to hide in a panic. Although there are many caves in the mountains, they are not everywhere, and it takes some time for them to hide. And while they are hiding, the cave entrance will be discovered by a drone, which will rush in. Buzz. Some drones rushed into the cave. Boom! Boom! The explosion effect of a drone is stronger in an underground shelter, and the explosion of a drone may kill more than a dozen people. Half an hour later, the battlefield became quiet. Haile ordered the first batch of 3,000 drones to attack with all their might, and none of them returned. Those that didn't find their targets also exploded. Haile looked at the tablet in his hand. Information from the battlefield would be transmitted to his tablet as soon as possible. More than 600 enemy casualties. Hale's heart was filled with emotion. 3,000 drones killed more than 600 people, the results are already terrifying. Many enemies hid and the drone failed to find the target. Killing more than 600 reactionary militants is a great achievement. They used planes, tanks, artillery and ground troops, and killed hundreds of people but only killed 20 or 30 people. Order, advance 10 kilometers. Haile ordered. They successfully advanced 10 kilometers without encountering any resistance. The enemy was very confused for a while. Buzz. Another 1,000 drones took off. They will search and attack targets within 10 kilometers, and when their battery life reaches half, they will return to their base to recharge. While they are charging, other drones will take off. Haile now has 7,000 drones, one wave of 1,000, which can be sustained 7 times. Each wave of drones can last for 15 minutes. It can last for more than 100 minutes in total. This time is enough for the first wave of drones to be fully charged. The battery of the drone designed by Lin Chen is slightly larger, but it is fast charging and about 70 minutes is enough to fully charge the battery. Your Highness, should we attack? The enemy is now trapped in underground bunkers. We can find bunkers one by one and attack them. Faisal said excitedly. Haile, will there be casualties? Faisal nodded. There will definitely be casualties in the battle, but our casualties will definitely be much smaller than before. Hailey shook his head. Then don't attack. You guys build bases under the cover of drones, and the drones can be recharged nearby. I will have the drones continue to search and monitor the entire area. If the enemy shows up, you're dead. Hailey didn't believe that there were enough supplies in those bunkers. How long can they survive without food and water? Your Highness, the drones won't attack us, will they? Faisal was a little worried. Hailey shook his head. No, you are on the whitelist. That's good. That's good. Faisal sent people to occupy several strongholds, making it much easier for nearby drones to charge, allowing them to have more time for search and reconnaissance. Boom. Boom. Occasionally, some people would show up, but as soon as they did, they would be discovered and killed by the drones in the sky. This thing really works. Hale was delighted. At $10,000 each, they are a bit expensive, but they have strong anti-interference capabilities and are easy to operate. Father. Hailey reported the situation here. There are still many reactionary armed forces in other places. They still have 40,000 of the 50,000 drones they purchased, and those 40,000 can be sent to other places to deal with the enemies. Well done, Hale. This drone is different from ordinary drones. The effect is so good, you should buy some more. Hale's father, the Camel King, said happily. The recent attacks by reactionary armed forces have left him extremely worried. Father, I placed an order for another 100,000. The delivery period is 1 month, and the total cost is $1 billion. Hailey rode. On the other end of the phone, Tuachua Wang said, compared with their combat results, $10,000 per plane is not expensive. Fighter planes that cost tens of millions of US dollars are far less effective than this. If you find any shortcomings in actual practice, you can communicate with the seller and maybe you can correct them. Be careful to maintain good relations with the other party. We can't buy such good drones anywhere else. Hailey, good father. After hanging up the phone, Hailey called Lin Chen. Prince Hailey, what's the matter? Hailey said quickly, Master Lin, your drones are very good and we are very satisfied with them, but they also have some minor shortcomings. Can I give you some suggestions? Lin Chen was very surprised. What shortcomings? Hailey, Master Lin, first of all, charging is a bit troublesome. We need to charge them one by one. Can we change them to wireless charging? Second, sometimes we need the drone to stop for monitoring so that the battery can last longer. Lin Chen replied, Prince Hailey, we have a wireless charging platform, but you didn't buy it before. Besides, wireless charging is not as fast as wired charging. It may not be suitable for you. For static monitoring, you just need to equip them with 2 brackets and let them land on the ground. Drones support low-power static monitoring. Hale's eyes lit up. Master Lin, how long can this surveillance last? Lin Chen, standard monitoring mode can last for 1 day, and low-power monitoring can last for 3 or 4 days. Some functions will be turned off in low-power mode, and the clarity will be reduced. It is best not to use it in complex environments. Hailey said happily, the standard mode is enough for a day. Master Lin, do you have a mechanical dog? A mechanical dog seems to be more suitable for this job. Not yet. Lin Chen replied. A lot of knowledge is interoperable, and he can develop it, but it may not be very good. He might as well focus on drones. Master Lin, we have started actual combat and the results are very good. Hailey announced the good news. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Prince Hailey, let me reiterate that Xingmeng Technology is a private enterprise. We sell civilian products. Chapter 285 Fans Request. Hailey, Master Lin, for a talent like you, your country should allow you to join the military industry. Really? Then you may not be able to buy what I developed. Lin Chen said. Hailey coughed lightly and said, that's true. Xingmeng Technology is your wife's company. It's good for you to do this. Lin Chen. Hale's transformation is really fast. Master Lin, I will arrange a transport plane to transport the second batch of drones you ordered once we reach 10,000. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen walked out of the room. He is now in a shop outside the community. In his studio, Lin Xiaoqian is playing the piano in the music room. Lin Xiaoqian's piano talent is not particularly high, lower than mathematics and painting, but Lin Chen estimates that Lin Xiaoqian's piano talent is over 20. Such piano talent is still worth developing. His piano skill is only at the master level now. To reach the Grand Master level, Lin Xiaoqian's piano talent can reach over 40. When his piano skills reach a legendary level in the future, Lin Xiaoqian's piano talent will be able to reach over 90, which is the world's top level. CC, Daddy will teach you. Lin Chen walked to Lin Xiaoqian and said with a smile. Aha! Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Chen taught patiently. He taught Lin Xiaoqian how to play so that she would be interested in listening to the beautiful music. In addition, he also taught Lin Xiaoqian some music knowledge. It is normal for a little one like Lin Xiaoqian to find it difficult to remember knowledge, but Lin Xiaoqian is not an ordinary child. Her talents in drawing and mathematics are off the charts, and there is no doubt that her intelligence far exceeds that of children of the same age. An hour later, the piano lesson was over. After finishing the Tai Chi practice, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian out, and soon some people nearby gathered around. Some of these people are small anchors who just want to get traffic, while others are fans of Lin Chen, and some pretend to be fans and want autographs. Lin Chen's autographed books can sell for tens of thousands. Hello, Master Lin. Master Lin, can you give me an autograph? Master Lin. These people surrounded Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian hugged Lin Chen's neck nervously. She was small and she was scared of so many people gathering around her. Lin Chen frowned and said, "Everyone, I said I will no longer accept interviews, so please don't look for me for live broadcasts, and don't look for me for interviews with reporters. If you still come to disturb me, please ask the relevant platforms to protect my rights. In addition, apart from the new book release and book signing event, I will not sign autographs. Please understand this for the fans. You guys have worked so hard to get signed books when you buy them, but scalpers can easily get them from me. This is probably something you don't want to see." Some people around nodded. Among these people, the majority are real fans. Master Lin, you are such a big shot, aren't you? I came all the way from another province and I'm here to ask you for an autograph. What's wrong with you just signing for us? Master Lin, you are amazing. We all admire you, but you can't act like a big shot. It's just a matter of a few minutes to sign your name. Several people started shouting. Lin Chen glanced at them and felt keenly that these people were most likely in the same group and their purpose was to get the autographed book from him. Lu Feng and several other people quickly approached. They were in plain clothes, but their aura was different. Soon Lu Feng and the others squeezed next to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, is there anything you need us to do? Lu Feng asked Lin Chen for his opinion. Lin Chen pointed at the ones who were shouting the loudest and said, Lu Feng, check them out to see if they are in the same group. And see if there are organizers behind them. Lu Feng nodded. He directly showed his national security ID, please come with us to assist in the investigation. Lin Chen's identity as Lin Yu has been exposed. It is normal for the country to send people to protect him given his identity. The big guys in the cultural world are also big guys. I don't want an autograph. We just want a signature and we haven't violated any law. The police are arresting people at random. Several people's faces changed and they started shouting. Lu Feng said, it seems that there is something wrong with you. The more you resist, the heavier the punishment will be. Several people showed panic in their eyes. Take them all. Lu Feng said in a deep voice. The few people who made the most noise were quickly taken away. Lu Feng looked at a small anchor who wanted to take advantage of the traffic and said, you can't take photos of him without Master Lin's permission in the future. We will inform the relevant platforms, and if this happens again, your account will likely be banned. The young anchor nodded repeatedly. I'll be leaving right away. After saying that, he turned and left. After all, he has 30 to 50,000 fans, and he doesn't want to be blocked. Lu Feng looked at Lin Chen, Master Lin, is there anything else you need? Just let me know if you need anything. Lin Chen shook his head. He glanced at the rest of the crowd and said, everyone, you should all be my fans. I said that if you are not disturbed, there will be a book signing event every year. If this happens frequently when I go out, there will be no book signing event, and I will most likely stop updating. Creation requires undisturbed time, I hope you understand. A middle-aged man stood up and said, Master Lin, I like calligraphy very much. I am a fan of your calligraphy. Master Lin, can you open a Douyin account? You can share your daily life and calligraphy. We fans will have a place to get to know you. Everyone around nodded. They all looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Lin Chen has a lot of die-hard fans. Now there is very little information about Lin Chen on the internet, so they can only come here. Lin Chen thought for a while and said, "Everyone, I will open a Douyin account later to share my daily life. If you are interested, you can follow it then." "Thank you, Master Lin," the middle-aged man said happily. Everyone left, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since it had been exposed, it was nothing to open a Douyin account. It is better to unblock than to block. More and more of his fans have channels to follow and get to know him. "Dad, can I go to the playground?" Lin Xiaoqian asked expectantly. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and smiled, "I'll take you there in the afternoon." "Dad has to go home and cook now." "Aha!" Lin Xiaoqian nodded happily. After returning home, Lin Chen opened a Douyin account. The Douyin operator authenticated him immediately and promoted the relevant news to Lin Chen as fans. The related topic quickly topped the Douyin hot list. But Lin Chen didn't know all this. He was cooking for himself and Lin Xiaoqian in the kitchen. Su Mengyao went to the company and didn't eat lunch at home. Camel Country. Hailey had some drones modified. It is not difficult to equip a drone with a few lightweight legs, and the drone can land after the legs are installed. Drones 1 to 100, find a suitable location to land and enter ground stationary monitoring mode. Hale issued the order. With the assistance of data from nearby drones, drones numbered 1 to 100 landed at appropriate locations, and they quickly entered silent monitoring mode. After discovering the enemy, they will send a message saying that they do not need to move and other drones will carry out the strike mission. Sharp. The swarm control system on these drones is really strong. Hale was amazed. They had bought a lot of drones before, but those drones were far less convenient to control than Lin Chen's. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Tian Lang who attacked. He answered the phone while cooking. The wolf on the other end of the phone asked, "Mr. Lin, did you sell a batch of drones to Camel Country?" Lin Chen, Tian Lang, do you still need to ask this? If you don't know this, then you are somewhat derelict in your duty. Tian Lang coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Lin, we got the news that your drones performed very well on the battlefield. We would like to purchase some as well." Chapter 286 Lin Chen encounters sanctions. Lin Chen asked in surprise, "Tian Lang, what are you purchasing?" "Our military drones are very powerful." "Serious, our military drones are indeed good, but their swarm control systems are somewhat inferior to yours. We want to buy it back and study it." Lin Chen said, "Why are you researching this? I should be able to research something better in a while. Then I can just give you the technology." Tian Lang on the other end of the phone was stunned. "Give it to us directly?" "Lin Chen, it is not convenient for me to sell the better ones. If I don't sell them to my own country, how can I sell them to other countries? Don't waste your time on this." Tian Lang smiled from ear to ear, "Mr. Lin, how about we purchase some to increase sales for your company?" Lin Chen said, "I'll sell it to you at half the price of Camel Country? $5,000 apiece, how many do you want to buy?" "Ahem, Mr. Lin, just pretend I didn't say anything." Tian Lang hung up the phone immediately after saying this. They won't buy it for $5,000. There is oil in the Camel Country, but they have limited funds. Soon Tian Lang came to Su Shangyang to report. "In that case, we can just wait for better technology." Su Shangyang said with a smile, "Tian Lang, is the security protection work in place for Lin Chen?" Tian Lang, "Commander Su, they are already in place. It turns out there are 6 teams, a total of 18 people working in 2 shifts. Now the number has increased to 12 teams. At any given time, there will be 6 teams of 18 people providing secret protection. They had a bulletproof armored vehicle and an emergency medical vehicle with Mr. Lin's serum on board. In addition, a new mobile police car has been added outside the Ziyuan community, and special police will be on standby 24 hours a day." Su Shangyang tapped the table lightly. "What about the property management? Have you investigated the residents of Ziyuan community?" Tian Lang, "We contacted their property management company, and they fired some unqualified security guards. We sent them some retired soldiers. Their salary is paid by the property management company and we compensate them part of it. We have checked the residents in the community and found no problems. We will continue to strengthen inspections in the future." Su Shangyang nodded, "Don't relax. Mr. Lin is SSS level. We are responsible for his safety. If anything happens to him, we will all have to go home and grow sweet potatoes. I can plant it, can you?" Tianlang shook his head. I don't know how to grow them, but I guess if something happens to Mr. Lin, we won't have a chance to grow sweet potatoes, and we might end up in a military court. Su Xiangyang. He waved his hand and said, get lost now. I won't let you take care of other things. Just take care of this. With Mr. Lin's ability, if we protect him well, the higher-ups will definitely not forget our contribution. Tianlang left quickly. In the afternoon, Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoqian didn't sleep at home, she just slept for more than half an hour on the way from home to the amusement park. Dad, come and chase me. Dad, I'm here. Lin Xiaoqian had a lot of fun playing in the rope net. Lin Chen played with her and taught her some things at the same time. His skills in climbing walls and running on rooftops were improving silently. His wall climbing skills are now at the master level, but it takes nearly 30 hours of experience in total, and another 10 hours or so will bring him to the Grand Master level. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. The call was from Selina. She hadn't contacted me for a long time. Lin Chen answered the phone, and Selina on the other end of the phone said in Chinese, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Serena, what have you done to me? Lin Chen asked. Selina's Chinese was poor, so she switched to English. Mr. Lin, we can no longer publish your book. I personally want to continue, but I can't. Lin, what happened? Selina explained, Mr. Lin, you are on the sanctions list. We can no longer cooperate with you. The fairy tales you wrote are very good. It's such a pity. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Am I on the sanctions list? Serena, yes, Mr. Lin. Your fairy tales are sold all over the world. Some people think this is cultural invasion. So, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. You saved my life twice, but I didn't expect that I would have to terminate the contract. Lin Chen said, Serena, it's okay. It was easy to say when we were working together. Anyone can terminate the contract without any responsibility. It's okay if you don't buy the copyright for the new book anymore. I can't blame you for this. If one book is published every month, the overseas copyright can earn $100 million per year. This is a lot of money, but the absence of this money will not affect Lin Chen at all. You can earn much more by doing business with big customers. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. If there's anything else I can help you with, please let me know. Serena said apologetically. She sincerely wanted to repay Lin Chen for saving her life. It's okay. Bye. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. He ignored it and continued to play with Lin Xiaoqian. Once this money is gone, it's gone. There is still a cold 10 billion in his card. The relevant news quickly spread from abroad to the country. Oh my god, the United States has sanctioned Master Lin. Master Lin's fairy tales can no longer be published overseas. Is this the freedom that the United States claims? Many fans of Lin Chen on major platforms were talking about this. Su Mengyao was in the company. She saw this news after the meeting. She also saw that Lin Chen had opened a Douyin account. How many fans does my husband have? Su Mengyao murmured in her heart. She quickly found Lin Chen's Douyin account. Su Mengyao showed surprise in her eyes. Lin Chen hasn't posted any videos, but his fans have exceeded 1 million, and he opened his account only a few hours ago. Ding ding. Su Mengyao called Lin Chen. Honey, do you miss me? Lin Chen answered the phone and said with a smile. Su Mengyao said coquettishly, I didn't miss you. Why would I miss you after not seeing you for so long? Husband, I just saw the news that the United States has imposed sanctions on you. Your work can no longer be published overseas. Lin Chen, I see. Selina called me and they had no choice but to stop cooperating with me. Hubby, what should we do? Su Mengyao asked, are we going to watch them get sanctioned? Such a big country like the United States actually does such a thing. It's so infuriating. Lin Chen said with a smile, they don't do this kind of thing often enough? I won't make any money from overseas copyrights. As for the spread of fairy tales, I'd like to see how they stop it. What he uploads to the internet now are just legendary fairy tales. His fairy tales are now at a mythical level, and the fairy tales he writes can have a more powerful influence. Legendary fairy tales are quite infectious, but they cannot make people immersed in the fairy tales, while mythical fairy tales can. This kind of fairy tale cannot be stopped by a ban. Hubby, are you going to write a stronger fairy tale? Su Mengyao said in surprise. She knew that Lin Chen had this ability. She and Lin Xiaoqian had heard Lin Chen's mythical fairy tales. I originally thought that there was no rush and we could just take our time. Since they want to impose sanctions, let's just play with them. Lin Chen said calmly. Su Mengyao, husband, your fans have exceeded 1 million, but you haven't uploaded any videos yet. Are you going to post a video in response to this? Chapter 287 Master Lin, you got furious. Lin Chen smiled and said, I have already opened an account, so I have to post a video, but there is no need to post a video in response to this. I will respond with my work when the time comes. Su Mengyao, hubby, that depends on you. Husband, I'm mad at you, aren't you? Nothing to be angry about. This is their routine operation, isn't it? I actually knew this day would come. Lin Chen said. You're still open-minded. Hubby, I won't talk to you for now. I have things to do. I love you. Su Mengyao hung up the phone after saying this. Lin Chen casually took a video of Lin Xiaoqian playing. The years are peaceful and quiet, and I am taking my kids for a walk. Lin Chen simply added a sentence and sent it out. Many people are paying attention to Lin Chen's movements. As soon as he posted the video, many fans saw it quickly. Ah, what a peaceful life. The US sanctions have not affected Master Lin's stroll with his kids at all. Master Lin seems very calm, but being calm is not enough. Do you need to fight back? Cici is so cute, I want to play with Master Lin and his students. Many people soon left messages in the comment section. However, Lin Chen did not pay attention to these. Playing with Lin Xiaoqian not only allows him to accompany the child but also improve her skills. Isn't it much more important than paying attention to the comments from netizens? In the evening, Lin Chen and his friends returned home. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and took a look. His fans had already reached 2 million. The speed at which his fans increased was really fast. It should be inseparable from the sanctions imposed by the United States this time. Cici, play by yourself first. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said. Aha! Dad, I'm going to play in my little house. Lin Xiaoqian went to the fairy tale house in the second bedroom. Lin Chen went to the study and turned on the computer. He typed quickly on the keyboard, and before long, he had finished a fairy tale of 1 or 2,000 words. This fairy tale is of mythical level. When upgrading to the mythical level, the system gives many fairy tales, many of which are traditional Chinese elements. This is what Lin Chen is writing now. The mythical fairy tale is enough to immerse readers in it. An English version must also be arranged. Lin Chen said in his heart. He continued writing in English. After finishing most of the writing, Lin Chen reached the key point. That's it. I have been sanctioned. I have let you see enough. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He quickly uploaded the fairy tale to tongxin.com. There are many readers on tongxin.net who follow Lin Chen every day, and they saw this fairy tale soon after it was published. Hu Jin is a mother whose daughter likes to listen to stories, and she especially likes the stories written by Lin Yu. She bought Lin Yu's storybooks for her daughter, and she would also tell her some of the unpublished ones. Before that, she would watch it herself. Why is it updated so early today? Hu Jin was a little surprised. She quickly clicked on the fairy tale updated by Lin Chen. Nua repairs the sky? Hu Jin was a little confused. Many people have written about this kind of subject matter, but it is difficult to come up with something new. Lin Yu's previous fairy tales were all very novel. Why did he choose such a traditional subject matter this time? Although he was confused, Hu Jin continued to watch. She was watching it on the computer. Lin Chen's words on the computer screen seemed to have magic, and she was soon immersed in them. She seemed to have traveled to an ancient primitive world. The water god Gonggang rebelled and fought against the fire god Zhirong. The two fought till the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Gonggang was defeated by Zhirong, and he broke the pillar of the world. The water of the Milky Way flowed into the human world, and the world became a vast ocean. Nua could not bear to see the people suffer, so she refined 5 colored stones to repair the sky. Hiss. After reading the whole story, Hu Jin took a deep breath. This story is amazing. All she saw were words, but she could experience the story immersively and it all seemed so real. Incredible, really incredible. The stories written by Master Lin Yu actually have such magical power. Hu Jin muttered to herself. She quickly went to the comment section to speak, but other people had already left comments there, and they felt the same way. I can't express my shock in words. Master Lin Yu is too strong. The US sanctions are good. Master Lin Yu has made a breakthrough. This fairy tale is popular among men, women, young and old. It's so funny. The English version is interrupted at the crucial moment of patching up the sky. Does Master Lin Yu want foreigners to learn Chinese? Hu Qin first looked through the comments. She has a good command of English, so she went to watch the English version, and sure enough, it suddenly stopped at the crucial moment. The immersive experience was also interrupted at the critical moment. This should be Master Lin's response. Master Lin is using fairy tales to tell the United States that he has not yet shown his power. If he really promotes it, the effect will be better. Hu Qin made his own comments. Soon she opened Douyin and followed Lin Chen. Sure enough, Hu Qin saw that many people had already said it in the comment section. I thought Master Lin wouldn't respond, but it turns out he was holding back on his ultimate move. Master Lin, this punch of mine is the product of 500 years of skill. Let's see if you can withstand it. I have reposted it overseas, he he he. Lin Chen now has a lot of fans abroad. This fairy tale was reprinted and soon someone saw it. Few people abroad who understand Chinese basically read the English version. They were equally absorbed in watching it, but at the critical moment the images in their minds disappeared. Why is it gone? What a magical experience. A fairy tale can immerse me in it. But why is it not finished? The Chinese version of this fairy tale is complete, but for some reason Master Lin did not finish the English version. People abroad who have read fairy tales are expressing their opinions. In less than half an hour, this fairy tale was banned by foreign platforms one after another, but by then many people had already seen it. Many people also downloaded it. The platform can ban it, but it cannot prevent private dissemination. Lin Yu already has many fans abroad, and many people say that this fairy tale is magical, so those fans will try their best to read it. Nuan mends the sky. This is a traditional Chinese fairy tale. Who were the two gods who fought at the beginning? Smart people have already signed up for the Chinese language class. If you don't sign up now, the price will definitely go up as more people want to sign up later. As time goes by, more and more people are discussing this on foreign websites. You can't just block someone's account just because they discuss something. The more people talked about it, the more curious people became, and many people who were not fans of Lin Yu before saw it. Then they became fans. Mother! When Su Mengyao returned home, Lin Xiaoqian ran towards her happily. Su Mengyao picked up Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, "Mom, Dad took me to the amusement park. It was so much fun there." Mom knows. Su Mengyao smiled. She carried Lin Xiaoqian to the kitchen door and said, "Honey, I saw the fairy tale you posted. It's amazing. A lot of people in the company are talking about this." Lin Chen told them that they had had such experience before. Su Mengyao didn't expect that Lin Chen would also write it down. However, the effect of Lin Chen's writing is worse than speaking it directly. One is 1080p and the other is 4K ultra high definition. Wife, don't do it. Lin Chen said with a smile, "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat." Chapter 288. Wife, let me tell you a secret. After dinner, Su Mengyao cell phone rang. "Hello, you are?" Su Mengyao asked. The call was from an unfamiliar number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. "Miss Su, is Mr. Lin Chen with you? I have something to talk to Mr. Lin Chen about. Please ask him to answer the phone." Su Mengyao handed the phone to Lin Chen next to her. Su Mengyao is accompanying Lin Xiaoqian at the moment, and Lin Chen is reading a book next to them. The family of three looks very warm. "Hello, I'm Lin Chen." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Lin, I am an American businessman. I can allow your book to continue to be published in the United States and other countries. But there is one small condition." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "No need. Mr. Lin, I haven't stated the conditions yet. I am communicating with you on behalf of the US government. You are excellent and you can join a more free, democratic, and powerful country. The United States is your best choice." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone sounded a little superior. Lin Chen's eyes showed a look of realization. "I see. The United States' ultimate goal is not to ban him. Their goal is to put pressure on him and then lure him to join. Are you done?" I'm going to hang up now, Lin Chen said calmly. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone said quickly, Mr. Lin, please don't hang up yet. You can publish a book every month, and the overseas copyright fee for each book is 10 million US dollars. That's more than 100 million US dollars in revenue a year. The Su family's money belongs to the Su family. This money belongs to you. You should be clear about this, right? Lin Chen sneered. It turned out that he wanted to control him through this method. This is a huge amount of money. But don't say that he made a lot of money from the camel country. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't immigrate because of this. Anything else you want to say? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone frowned secretly. Still not convinced by Lin Chen? In his opinion, American nationality, plus such benefits should be able to persuade Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you and Su Mengyao have a good relationship. She and your daughter can also immigrate to the United States when the time comes. The United States is the beacon of civilization for the whole world. Only when you immigrate here will you realize how beautiful this world is. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone continued to persuade. Lin Chen asked, You used to be Chinese, right? Yes. I was indeed Chinese before, but now I am an American. I have a green card from the American Empire. Mr. Lin, you can do the same as me. The Western world is the civilized world. Here you have the power to get whatever you want. The middle-aged man said bewitchingly. Lin Chen sneered, I am different from you. Our country was very poor before. If you want to live a good life and immigrate there, I won't say anything to you. But you keep saying beacon on one hand and beacon on the other. How can you face your ancestors in the future if you keep licking the West's boots? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone had a gloomy face. Mr. Lin, if you are like this, we have nothing to say. Your ban is likely to continue. Lin Chen, just continue to ban it. It will let the world know that the beacon of civilization cannot tolerate fairy tales. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Husband, what's wrong? Lin Chen returned the phone to her. The United States found a dog to persuade me to join the United States and said that they would give me a green card. They also said that as long as I joined the United States, they would no longer ban me. Lin Xiaoqian asked doubtfully, Dad, can dogs talk? Lin Chen touched Lin Xiaoqian's head and said, Ordinary dogs can't do that, but some special dogs can. Su Mengyao smiled and said, Cici, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Dogs can't talk. Your dad is scolding people. He is mocking some people as dogs instead of humans. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen. Dad, you're not right. Bad guys can't be dogs, dogs are cute. Lin Chen asked, Cici, what do you think a bad guy is? Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment and said, Dad, they are mice. Mice steal food. They are all bad guys. Haha, okay. Then they are rats. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and smiled. Cici, play by yourself for a while. Su Mengyao called Lin Chen to the study room. Lin Chen hugged her. Su Mengyao said worriedly, Husband, will the Americans kill you if they try to win you over? Lin Chen muttered to himself that he had already been assassinated. But it may not be the Americans who did it. Judging from the fact that the United States sent people to win him over, Lin Chen felt that the killer was most likely not sent by Americans. Given the arrogance of Americans, they should try to get him to join the United States before killing him. It would be more reasonable to kill him if winning him over fails. Don't worry, honey. There are many people who are secretly protecting me now, and my strength is not weak, so it won't be easy for anything to happen to me. Lin Chen kissed Su Mengyao and smiled. Su Mengyao frowned slightly. I'm still afraid. Americans have assassinated many people all over the world. Some people were in high positions with many bodyguards around them, but they were still assassinated by agents sent by the United States. Lin Chen smiled and said, Wife, let me tell you a little secret. I can now withstand pistol bullets. Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chen in a daze. Lin Chen said, My internal strength has increased very quickly. Now I can easily block ordinary pistol bullets with my internal strength. It's not that easy to poison me with my internal strength. You should pay more attention to your own safety and don't worry about me. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. How long has Lin Chen been practicing Tai Chi? He actually trained to the point where he could withstand pistol bullets? Hubby, you didn't lie to me, did you? Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course not. Wife, please don't tell anyone about this. If other people know about this, there might be some trouble." Su Mengyao nodded repeatedly. "Honey, even so you have to be careful. If the enemy wants to assassinate you, they might use a sniper rifle." Su Mengyao said solemnly. Lin Chen nodded, "I will be careful. By the way, have the bonuses of Xingming technology been distributed to the employees?" "Yeah, it's already been sent. The most basic employees can earn 4,500 yuan a day, while the backbone employees can earn 5,000 or even 6,000 yuan a day." When the bonuses were distributed, they were as happy as if it was Chinese New Year. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen smiled and said, "If I had so much bonus every day before, I would be as happy as Chinese New Year. The company gives me 5,000 yuan every day, and the company is my home." Su Mengyao said coquettishly, "You are too cautious. With your ability, you can make a lot of money just by showing it. You learned martial arts by force and then slowly showed it." Lin Chen didn't say much about this. He said, "Wife, the second batch of orders is not that urgent. Just arrange for the employees to work overtime for 2 hours every day. There will also be rewards when the order is completed. But this time the rewards will not be as much as last time." Su Mengyao nodded. "It is unrealistic to give so many rewards every time. This time, Star Dream Technology gave out so many bonuses that many people in other branches were already jealous." Ding ding. Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tianlang who attacked. Lin Chen connected to Tianlang's voice and said, "Mr. Lin, the mastermind behind the bounty on your life has been found." Chapter 289, The Mastermind Behind the Bounty. Lin Chen was very surprised. The reward was anonymous and the bank cards were all anonymous. How could they find the person? "Tianlang, let me guess first. Is it the Wit family?" Lin Chen asked. "The Wu and Zhao families probably don't have the courage to do this. Song Shikang probably doesn't know about the will yet. The United States wants to recruit him into American citizenship, so it probably won't directly assassinate him before winning him over. The East Sakura country probably won't look for the Sakura organization if it offers a bounty for his death." Lin Chen thought about it and decided that the Wit family was a big suspect. Edmund from the Wit family was interested in Su Mengyao. He is about to marry Su Mengyao. It made sense to assassinate him while they were taking wedding photos. The assets of the Wit family are as high as tens of billions of euros. There is a high possibility that there are dark means behind such an old and large family. It is common for them to offer a bounty for killing someone. Mr. Lin, you guessed right. It was the Wit family who offered the reward, but the person offering the reward has no apparent connection with the Wit family. Sirius Road. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. It was indeed so. "Tianlang, how did you find the clues?" Tianlang on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Lin, someone sent us a clue, and there is solid evidence. We just verified that the evidence is true." Lin Chen was surprised and asked, "Someone delivered it to my door?" Tianlang said, "It is possible that the enemy forces of the Wit family did it. They wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. It is even possible that someone inside the Wit family did it. It is more likely that internal members know about it. If this is the case, it involves an internal family struggle." Lin Chen asked, "Tianlang, does the evidence you obtained clearly point to a specific person in the Wit family?" "That's not the case." Tianlang replied, "The person who offered the bounty has died. We only know that he has a secret relationship with the Wit family." "Mr. Lin, we will continue to have people investigate. It will be much easier to investigate if it's related to the Wit family." After ending the call, Lin Chen returned to the living room. Su Mengyao was playing with Lin Xiaoqian, and she was not listening in on the conversation between Lin Chen and Tianlang, as the content of the call might be confidential. Even if she is Lin Chen's wife, it is not convenient for her to know. "Dad, Mom bought me a new toy, a transformable robot. I'll give it to you," Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. "For Dad?" Lin Xiaoqian, "I don't like this toy, Dad. You are a boy, do you like this?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Dad likes it." "Cici, can you play with Dad for a while?" "Aha!" Lin Xiaoqian nodded. 5 minutes later, the system voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, "Host, you and Lin Xiaoqian play with transforming robots and gain robot manufacturing skills. 30 hours to reach Grandmaster level, 60 hours to reach Grandmaster level." A lot of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was surprised. We have actually obtained humanoid robot technology. Now countries such as China and the United States are researching this. Humanoid robots should have a good future. Mechanical dogs may be more suitable on the battlefield, but humanoid robots are much more suitable than mechanical dogs in life. The reason is simple. Various objects in life are made according to human height and skills. Can robot dogs take things from the cupboard? Can robot dogs go into the kitchen to cook for people in the future? China is gradually entering an aging society. Humanoid robots can take care of elderly people who have no family, but robot dogs cannot. The humanoid robot market will be a blue ocean in the future, and this market will be much larger than the drone market. Most people don't play with drones. Drones are used a lot on the battlefield, but in real life, probably 90 out of 100 people have never played with a drone. Humanoid robots are different. This is something that is expected to become as common as cars. If humanoid robots are strong enough in the future, anyone who refuses a command will be able to clean the house. How about a humanoid robot that can make delicious meals with just one command, pick up parcels for you, serve you tea and water, and help your children with their homework with just one command? System, 30 hours to reach Grandmaster level, isn't that too much? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, host, the more time you need, the stronger your ability will be. That's true. After playing for less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian said coquettishly, Dad, let's play something else. This is not fun. Let's play Dr. Toy. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, okay. He shook his head secretly, thinking that it was useless to get this technology. Lin Xiaoqian doesn't like playing this very much, so it's difficult to improve the humanoid robot technology by playing this with her. If you can reach the Grandmaster level in 10 hours, there is still hope, but it takes 30 hours to reach the Grandmaster level. If you want to become very powerful in humanoid robot technology, you have to reach the Grandmaster level at least, which will take 60 hours. They just played for 7 or 8 minutes. Dad, you are a patient. I'm a doctor, Mom, you're a nurse. Lin Xiaoqian happily played with the Dr. Toy. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen's Western medicine skills began to improve, and his Western medicine skills were not far from the legendary level. Lin Chen doesn't dare to say that his medical skills are the best in the world now, but if his Western medicine reaches the legendary level, and his ancient medical skills are also at the Grandmaster level, if he admits to being second, no one else can claim to be first. System, how many hours of Western medicine experience do I have? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, host, your Western medicine skills are now 76 hours. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Before I knew it, it had already been 76 hours. In 4 more hours, I would be able to reach the legendary level. Lin Xiaoqian doesn't like playing with transforming robots, but sometimes she will play with Western medicine toys for an hour or two. The experience is easily gained in just 4 hours. Wife, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. After playing with Western medicine toys with Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao, hubby, are you going to deliver the invitation? Lin Chen nodded, yes. Mr. Li from the imperial capital has to send out invitations. Send them first before sending others. I'll write the invitation tonight. The invitation has been customized and sent over. Some of the content is printed, such as the address of the wedding, and some things Lin Chen plans to write personally. Dad, I want to go too. I want to go play with Sister Kuxin and the others. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Su Mengyao, hubby, please take CC with you. There are a lot of things to do in the company. I have to go to the company in the next 2 days. Lin Chen nodded and smiled, Cici, let's take the high-speed train to the capital tomorrow. You should go to bed early. Aha! I'm going to bed now. Lin Xiaoqian said. Su Mengyao picked her up and said, you need to take a shower first. How can you go to bed when you stink? Mom, I don't stink. Lin Xiaoqian sniffed her own hand and said. After Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep, Lin Chen got busy. Writing those invitations was not an easy task. After writing the invitation letter, he still had to check the Wit family. A bounty was offered for his death, and this grudge is huge. Chapter 290 Targeting the Wit Family. Lin Chen worked until midnight to finish writing the invitation letter. He turned on his computer and started to hack into the Wit family. The first to invade was Edmund. He has never used hacking methods to obtain illegal benefits, nor has he used hacking methods against ordinary enemies. The Wit family's actions had crossed the bottom line. Since the opponent had no bottom line, he naturally didn't need to be polite. Soon Lin Chen's invasion was successful. Edmund's phone has been handled by an expert, and its network defense is much stronger than that of ordinary people's phones. But such defense is not enough in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's hacking skills are at the Grandmaster level, and he has been at the Grandmaster level for quite some time. There are very few hackers in the world who have better hacking skills than him. Moreover, Lin Chen's knowledge is very comprehensive, and he knows exactly what methods the other party uses to defend against him. Lin Chen packed up all the contacts, text messages, emails, chat records in chat software, etc., and took them away. Edmund now works in the family company, and the company network is very good, so it didn't take long to transmit these things. Then Lin Chen hacked into Edmund's parents' phones and Edmund's laptop, and took away a lot of information. Whether this information is useful needs to be identified. After clearing all traces, Lin Chen retreated temporarily. He silently checked the information he had obtained. There was so much information that it would take a lot of time to check. Edmund's father is the patriarch of the Werther family. As the eldest son, Edmund is most likely to become the heir. Edmund's father, Terence, had 5 sons and 9 children from 4 wives. Lin Chen was a little dumbfounded. This relationship is very complicated and difficult to sort out. Of Edmund's 4 younger brothers, one is his biological brother, and the other 3 are born to his stepmother. Any one of them could have committed a crime. As an old and large family, the Witt family has many hostile forces, and they may also kill people with someone else's knife. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He knew that the reward came from the Witt family, but it didn't really matter who in the Witt family it was. Lin Chen invaded again. He obtained information about Edmund's 4 younger brothers. The youngest of Edmund's 4 brothers was only 17 years old. Edmund's mother and his 3 stepmothers are all alive. His father Terence is very loyal. He only likes girls in their 20s and divorces them every few years to get a new one. However, Terence was rich, so he continued to support the divorced woman and they stayed together after the divorce. There is a group photo in Terence's photo album, which is taken with Terence and his 4 wives. Terence sat in the middle, with 2 women on each side. It looks quite harmonious. Of course, whether it is really so harmonious or not is not necessarily the case. The Witt family has assets worth tens of billions of euros, and it would be strange if his sons did not fight for it. I'll share this information with you. Lin Chen muttered to himself. There was too much information and he was too lazy to read it. He sent out documents one by one, including the information in Edmund's cell phone and laptop, and Lin Chen sent a copy to 2 of his younger brothers. Edmund also received information about his 2 younger brothers. Lin Chen sent a copy of the information in Terence's mobile phone and computer to each of his 4 wives. I'm so kind. I've been working hard to help your family get to know each other better. Lin Chen muttered. He looked at the time. It was only 4 in the morning, so he could still hold his wife and sleep for 2 or 3 hours. Soon Lin Chen went to bed and fell asleep comfortably. You're up. Edmund's 5th brother Mike had a puzzled look in his eyes. After playing a game, he discovered that there was a treasure chest on his computer desktop. The treasure chest took up 1/10 of the computer screen and was extremely conspicuous. What is this? Did you get the virus? Mike muttered. He quickly operated the mouse and clicked it. Even if it was infected with a virus, it was not a big deal for him. At worst, the computer will be scrapped. For him it was no big deal. The treasure chest was actually opened. Mike's eyes showed disappointment. There were more than a dozen folders inside, and there didn't look anything special. He controlled the mouse and clicked on one of them. Mike was stunned. This folder contained his elder brother's chat software information. He compared the chat information between himself and his elder brother, and found that it was real. Soon Mike looked through the rest of the folders. It includes communication records, text messages, email messages, and files on mobile phones and computers. Mike saw his 3rd brothers again. His heart beat faster. Who gave this to him? There are more than a dozen folders containing the secrets of his eldest brother and 3rd brother. Will my information be leaked as well? Suddenly Mike's face changed. His 4th brother was married and his wife was very beautiful. One time, after drinking, he had sex with his 4th brother's sister-in-law. After he sobered up, he was afraid that his 4th sister-in-law would talk nonsense, so he forced her to do it again and took photos and videos. The photos and videos are on his phone. Mike's scalp tingled at the thought of this. Who is it? Can you hear me? How much do you want? Mike said to the computer. If a hacker breaks in, he might be able to hear him talking. But there was no response. Mike looked at the computer. No, I have to learn some secrets. Otherwise, I might end up in a very miserable state. Mike first copied the information using a USB drive, and then looked at the information he obtained. He needs to get leverage. Elsewhere, Edmund prepares for bed. Ding ding. Edmund's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. Mom, what's going on? Edmund asked as he answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Edmund's mother looked unhappy. Son, come to my place. By the way, bring your computer with you. Edmund was confused. What's going on so late? Okay. Edmund took his laptop and set off. He lived not far from where his mother lived. Edmund arrived in a dozen minutes. Son, a treasure chest appeared on my computer. I opened it and found a lot of information about your father inside. Edmund's mother asked, maybe your father asked someone to pass it to me. Is it a test? What treasure chest? Edmund asked doubtfully. His mother said, a golden treasure chest occupied the middle of the computer screen. I couldn't kill it with antivirus software, but it opened when I clicked it. There were a dozen folders in there. That includes information from your dad's chat app. Edmund went to the computer in the study. He took a quick, casual look. Mom, this information is real. It's impossible that Dad sent it to you to test you on purpose. It's very likely that a hacker obtained Dad's information. Edmund said solemnly. When he said this, his face changed slightly. Mom, your information might have been leaked too. Edmund's mother said, Son, I asked you to come here because I wanted to see if there was anything on your computer. Edmund quickly took out his laptop. He opened his laptop. There is a golden treasure chest on the computer desktop. Fuck. Edmund looked extremely grim. Chapter 291 Lin Chen's sixth operation. Son, this. Edmund's mother was terrified. I called my son over, and he did the same. We must have been attacked by hackers. Edmund thought for a while and finally opened the treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared and a dozen folders appeared. Edmund opened one of them. His mother was surprised. Isn't this Mike's chat history? Yes. Edmund looked gloomy. The messages in Mike's phone have reached him, but will the information in his phone and computer reach someone else? Son, open other files and see if there is any other information leaked besides the chat records. Edmund's mother said. Edmund nodded. His face became increasingly ugly. Communication records, text messages, email messages, chat messages, and even files on mobile phones and computers are all there. And he got not only Mike's, but also his fourth brother's. His message was probably not just for one person either. Son, is there anything important in your phone or computer? Edmund's mother inquired. Edmund nodded with a dark face. He is the eldest son, but the inheritance of the Witt family does not necessarily fall on him. His brothers are scheming against each other, and he has used many tricks in secret. He also found ways to embezzle a lot from the family business. As long as you look carefully, you can find out those things. Son, hurry up and back up. Maybe someone will suggest that we all clear it out together. Edmund's mother suddenly said. Yes. Mom, please find me a mobile hard drive. Edmund said quickly. He backed up as quickly as possible. His mother also backed up the data on her computer. No one has contacted yet. Mom, do you think I should take the initiative to contact the others? Edmund inquired. His mother said, what if the hacker only gave it to us? If you contact other people, they will all suspect you. If others don't say anything, we won't say anything either. Edmund nodded. Mom, I'm going back first. Edmund took his laptop and left. When he got home, he hid the mobile hard drive first, and then he asked a computer expert to check his computer. Mr. Edmund, I didn't find any signs that your computer was hacked. The other party's hacking skills are much higher than mine. I only found out that you backed up the data, said the computer expert that Edmund had found. Edmund's expression changed slightly. You cleared the traces of my backup. Okay. Mr. Edmund, if someone much more skilled than me were to examine it, it might still be possible to find traces of the backup. The computer expert that Edmund found reminded him. Do you know a better hacker? Introduce him to me, and I'll pay you if he solves the problem. Edmund said solemnly. I know someone who is much better than me. But I don't know where he is, and he can only handle it remotely. Edmund frowned. Can the other party be trusted? It should be trustworthy. Edmund said in a deep voice, then you contact the other party. As long as the problem is solved, I will definitely give him a lot of rewards. Okay. The hacker expert that Edmund found quickly contacted him. It is now midnight here, but many hackers are black cats, and this is the time when they are most active. Mr. Edmund, I've made contact. The other party said that even if it is unsuccessful, they would still want 200,000 euros. If it is successful, they would want a reward of 1 million euros. Said the hacker expert that Edmund had found. Edmund frowned secretly. This price was not low. But he must know whether his information has been leaked, and if so, who has obtained his information. Good. Soon the other party entered Edmund's computer. Half an hour later, Edmund said anxiously, ask and see if the other party has made any discoveries. A dialog box popped up on his computer. Not yet. The other party is a world-class hacker. Edmund looked at the hacker expert beside him and asked, what exactly is a world-class hacker? Mr. Edmund, in our circle, we call the top 30 hackers in the world world-class hackers. The hacker expert said. Edmund frowned. Who hired such hackers to deal with them? 2 hours later, a line of words popped up on the computer screen in front of Edmund. I tried my best. Sorry, I can't find the other party's trace with my level. It's probably useless even if you find a world-class hacker. You transfer my reward to this account. Edmund took a deep breath and said, okay, thank you. I'll give it to you a few days later. I don't want to have any transfer records today. Can. The master hacker in the dark left. He was not afraid that Edmund would break his promise. Edmund would not go back on his word just for $200,000. I send you. Edmund escorted the hacker outside and said, I'll give you $100,000 in a few days. Remind your friend not to say anything if he saw something he shouldn't have seen just now. It will kill people. The master hacker nodded and left. Edmund's face was extremely gloomy. It's a very painful feeling not knowing who has obtained my information. Edmund lay down on the bed. But he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He simply got up and checked the information he had obtained. Half an hour passed. Edmund was stunned. He saw a video. In the video, there was a man and a woman. The man was his fifth brother Mike, and the woman was actually his fourth brother's wife. Edmund finished reading it in silence. Mike actually did such a thing. Edmund's eyes flashed with brilliance. With this handle in hand, it would be enough for him to control his fifth brother Mike. But who has the evidence against him? Edmund felt pain in his balls just thinking about it. China, it's noon. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian are on the high-speed train from Shanghai to the capital. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Lin Chen bought a business class seat so Lin Xiaoqian could lie down and sleep. It's noon here, but morning in Europe. Edmund and the others should have made quite a few discoveries, right? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He pulled out his laptop and quickly hacked into it. The first person he invaded was Edmund. Edmund checked the data while the internet was disconnected, but Lin Chen had changed the network settings when he invaded before, so he thought the internet was disconnected but it was not. Soon, a faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Edmund has found a lot of good stuff, and he put them all in a folder and planned to transfer them to a USB drive later. Lin Chen might not be able to find these things on his own. Edmund is very sensitive to some things. He knows they are important, but even if Lin Chen sees them, he may ignore them. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Chen copied it silently. He approached the rest one by one. There were several people in the Witt family who did not sleep last night. After Lin Chen went around, he obtained a lot of important information. Thank you. You are all good people. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 292, Fairy tales are going to be included in textbooks? Soon Lin Chen looked through the information he had obtained. He was deeply shocked. What Edmund and his friends did overturned his three views. They will do anything to achieve their own interests. Family and brothers are all bullshit. Terrence's 4 women are not easy to deal with either. They smile on the surface, but they are scheming against each other secretly. People from old families like you know how to have fun. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He closed his computer and thought silently. What he has obtained and what he has done should be able to cause chaos to the Witt family and cause them to suffer considerable losses. But it is impossible to bring down the Witt family. Terrence and his family are not good people at all, and families like theirs have a much higher tolerance for bad things. If you want to bring down the Witt family, you still have to rely on your own strength. Lin Chen said in his heart. Comparing his own strength with that of the Witt family, Lin Chen shook his head secretly, thinking that his strength was still too weak. The Witt family has assets worth tens of billions of euros, and the Witt family has been passed down for more than 100 years, and has deep connections. Let the Witt family mess around for now. Even if I work hard to bring down the Witt family, the rest of the forces will still reap the benefits. Lin Chen thought silently. This wave of events should cause quite some confusion to the Witt family, and they probably won't have time to do anything else during this time. Dad! Lin Xiaoqian woke up in a daze. Lin Chen picked her up and said, "Cici, why did you wake up so soon? We haven't reached the capital yet. How about Daddy hold you and you sleep for a while?" "Dad, I don't want to sleep. Can I fight the little monsters?" Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen's laptop and said. "All right." Lin Chen opened his laptop, on which was the typing game that Lin Xiaoqian usually played. 5 minutes later, the system's voice sounded, "Host, your hacking skills are beginning to improve." "System, how many hours of experience do I have in hacking skills?" Lin Chen asked in his mind. "System, host, 26 hours and 32 minutes, you will reach the legendary level in 40 hours. Lin Chen shook his head secretly. There is still a long way to go. Hacker skills won't reach legendary level in a short time. But he's not in a hurry, as his hacker skills are enough for now. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiaoqian stopped playing. She wanted to play games occasionally, but Lin Chen said that playing too much would hurt her eyes, so she never played for a long time each time. "Cici, can you play by yourself for a while Daddy works for a while?" Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said. "Aha!" Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen took out paper and pen for her. Lin Xiaoqian started drawing, and Lin Chen opened his notebook and started writing a fairy tale. Just like before, Lin Chen finished writing the Chinese version, but for the English version, Lin Chen stopped writing at the key point. Master Lin Yu must have been stimulated by this story, and his potential exploded, which led to such an effect. This possibility is not low. Such fairy tales are rare. It would be amazing if Master Lin Yu could still write it. Many people were chatting in the comments section of Lin Chen's video. Most people are not optimistic about Lin Chen writing fairy tales of the same level. There are many different analyses on the internet. The previous fairy tales are far inferior to the newly released Nuwa Repairing the Sky and can be said to be completely on a different level. People's potential may be unleashed when they are stimulated, but this potential should not be able to be unleashed continuously. Extra, Master Lin Yu has published a new fairy tale. Someone left a message in the comments section. After seeing this comment, many people flocked to tongxian.com, but many people who saw the comment were unmoved. Someone has cheated like this before. tongxian.com, many people saw Lin Chen's fairy tales for the first time. They quickly became immersed in it. This time, Lin Chen also wrote about traditional mythology. He wrote about the story of Hui shooting down the sun. The English version suddenly stopped when Hui was about to shoot down the sun. It was so funny. I read the English version first, but I missed the key parts. I switched to the Chinese version and it was a complete fairy tale. Master Lin is trying to induce foreigners to learn Chinese. Master Lin is the eternal god. People who read the second fairy tale left messages. After getting the news, more people flocked to tongxian.com. The official website of tongxian.com gradually started to lag, and not long after, it crashed completely. Chen Wenhan quickly called Liang Zhirong and said, "Boss, this is bad. Our official website has crashed." Liang Zhirong's face changed on the other end of the phone. "We were attacked by hackers?" Chen Wenhan, "Boss, that's not the case. There were so many people visiting our website that it crashed." Liang Zhirong couldn't believe it. Their website, a fairy tale website, crashed in the afternoon? Their website's daily traffic peak is in the evening. Suddenly Liang Zhirong realized something, and he quickly asked, Editor-in-Chief Chen, has Master Lin published a new fairy tale? Right. Liang Zhirong, increase the website bandwidth immediately. We must not let this happen again. Boss, I have already arranged it. A few minutes later, the official website of tongxian.com was restored, and more people received the new fairy tale posted by Lin Chen. Millions of people immediately flocked to the newly restored tongxian.com. The network became slow again. But fortunately it didn't collapse this time. But Chen Xinhan still didn't dare to be careless. He made a phone call to increase the bandwidth again, and the website finally stopped lagging. More people saw Lin Chen's childlike stories, and some of them brought the fairy tales overseas. Why did it disappear at the critical moment? God, I'm going to go crazy if this continues. I've decided that from today on I'm going to learn Mandarin. And I want my 2 children to learn Mandarin, too. I thought Master Lin you could only write that one article. I was wrong. I used my mortal wisdom to speculate on the gods. More and more people abroad have read the second fairy tale. The first fairy tale was watched by more than 100 million people overseas. They were deeply shocked, and when the second fairy tale came out, many of them watched it as soon as it was released. Then they were helpless. The second fairy tale was interrupted at a critical moment. This feeling is very uncomfortable. It was as if he wilted at the critical moment. Imperial Capital. A big shot in the education system saw the fairy tale written by Lin Chen. It's amazing. The big boss was filled with emotion. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Could these 2 fairy tales by Lin Chen be included in the textbook? Soon he convened a small meeting with several bigwigs in the education system. Have you read Lin Chen's new fairy tale? I saw it. It's so strong. The several big men who were summoned nodded one after another. They are people in the education system and are more concerned about this aspect. They read the news as soon as they get it. My idea is to select these 2 fairy tales by Lin Chen into the Chinese textbook. What do you think? The leader glanced over and asked. Another big shot said, this is a very good idea. The public is calling for textbook reforms, and we can just follow public opinion and update the textbooks. Textbooks must keep pace with the times, I agree. Several bigwigs nodded. The leader smiled and said, if everyone has no objection, then we will contact Lin Chen to obtain his authorization. Soon they asked for Lin Chen's phone number. The leading boss personally called Lin Chen. Chapter 293 How many planes can be controlled at most? Excuse me, is this Lin Chen? The education system boss who made the call asked. I'm Lin Chen, may I ask who you are? Hello, Master Lin. My name is Dong Changrun and I work in the education system. We would like to introduce 2 of your fairy tales into the textbooks. I would like to ask for your opinion. There was a look of surprise in Lin Chen's eyes. Are the fairy tales he wrote going to be included in textbooks? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Mr. Dong, I am honored that you have such an idea, but do you think these 2 recent fairy tales are suitable to be included? They can be immersive and affect children's learning. It's fine when it happens to be a lesson, but the children may also read these 2 fairy tales in other classes. Dong Changrun, Master Lin, we have also thought of this. Our idea is that you can modify them slightly so that they lose this effect. After the children have learned, they can read these 2 articles after school. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's no problem. If we modify them slightly, they will lose their current effect. I have no objection to that. But I have a small request. Dong Changrun quickly said, Master Lin, you speak. Lin Chen, I don't know what's going on. Some of the current textbooks have some issues. Can I take a look at the revised textbooks first? If there are any problems, I would like to offer some suggestions. Dong Changrun thought for a while and said, of course, no problem. We will fully respect your opinion. Master Lin, is it convenient for us to meet? Some things we can discuss in detail when we meet. Lin Chen said, I'm on the high-speed train to the capital. Give me an address and I'll go there tomorrow. Dong Changrun's eyes lit up. Master Lin, I will be waiting for you. I'm going to Imperial Capital University tomorrow. How about we meet there? I'll show you around Imperial Capital University, Master Lin. Lin Chen said, no problem. Dong Changrun agreed on a specific time and hung up the phone. The high-speed train began to slow down and was about to arrive at the station. Dong Changrun. Lin Chen opened his phone and checked. Soon, Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise. He thought Dong Changrun was just a director of the education system or something, but he didn't expect that Dong Changrun was actually a minister. Dad, we're almost there. I'm going to go play with Sister Kuxin. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen and said in a baby voice. Lin Chen smiled and said, Okay, Dad will take you there. Cici, Sister Kursen's dad is here to pick us up. When you see Sister Kursen's dad, what do you want to call him? Call me Uncle. Lin Xiaoqian said. Soon Lin Chen and his friends got off the high-speed train. Before leaving the station, Lin Xiaoqian saw a man holding Yang Kursen. A few hours ago, Lin Chen and old Yang said they were coming to the capital. Lin Xiaoqian wanted to play with Yang Kursen, so old Yang invited them to his home for dinner and asked his son to pick them up. Sister Kursen. Lin Xiaoqian waved her hands and shouted. Some people around looked at Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen was wearing a mask, but Lin Xiaoqian was not. Some of them recognized Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian is so cute and has quite a few fans online. Master Lin. Master Lin, I am your fan. Hi, Sissy. Some people around said enthusiastically. However, they did not surround Lin Chen and his men to death. Lin Chen took off his mask and said with a smile, Hello, thank you for your love. Soon Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian out of the station. Yang Kursen's father extended his hand enthusiastically and said, Master Lin, my name is Yang Zhonghong, and I'm Kursen's father. Kuxin, call someone quickly. Yang Kursen said sensibly, Uncle Lin. Lin Xiaoqian also called for help. She asked Lin Chen to put her on the ground, and the two little ones walked forward hand in hand. Yang Zhonghong had a very strong aura, so the other people around him didn't get close to him. Lin Chen and the others walked towards the parking lot together. Master Lin, I am a rough man. I admire people of culture like you the most. Yang Zhonghong said with a smile. Lin Chen asked curiously, Brother Yang, what do you do? Yang Zhonghong smiled and said, I'm in the army. When I come back from vacation, I often hear Kursen talking about Cici. My dad also often talks about you. He was very happy to hear that you were coming. Master Lin. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Brother Yang, don't call me Master Lin, just call me by my name. Then I'll call you Brother Lin. Yang Zhonghong laughed out loud and said, Brother Lin, as far as I know, you designed a very good drone. Lin Chen, you know even this little thing? Yang Zhonghong shook his head, this is no small matter. It is not a small matter at all in the world. Camel Country bought your drone and showed off its power. They have been very successful recently. Yang Zhonghong had accurate intelligence. As far as he knew, the Camel Country had recently eliminated 1 to 2,000 reactionary armed elements. This is not a small amount. In the past, the Camel Country had airplanes, cannons, tanks, and all kinds of advanced weapons, but the number of enemies it destroyed was less than a fraction of what it has here. No matter how advanced the weapons are, they are useless if the soldiers are not good enough. Lin Chen's drone circumvents this shortcoming. His drone only needs to issue commands to execute automatically. All the soldiers have to do is charge the drone. Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, Brother Yang, we sell civilian drone products. What they buy them for is their own business. It has nothing to do with us. Yang Zhonghong smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Xingmeng Technology is not the only company that sells them for modification and military use. Lin Chen nodded, who told them to modify it? They wanted to turn gas tanks and steel pipes into weapons. Soon Lin Chen and his friends arrived at the parking lot. Yang Zhonghong installed 2 child safety seats in the car, and Lin Xiaoqian and the others each sat in 1 safety seat. As the car started, the 2 little guys chattered. Brother Lin, the export price of those drones is your trade secret. I can't ask you. What price can you give us if we purchase a batch? Yang Zhonghong asked while driving. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Didn't he tell Tian Lang about this? Lin Chen quickly realized that Yang Zhonghong was not in the same system as Tian Lang, so it was normal that he didn't know. It is impossible for Sirius to advertise heavily and say that he will develop more advanced products in the future, so there is no need to buy this. This is a civilian product for export. If you want it, I'll study it later. I can give you better. Lin Chen smiled. Yang Zhonghong's eyes lit up, will there be something better? Lin Chen, not yet, but there will be in the future. It's unnecessary for you to spend money on buying the ones you have now. The hardware of my drones is average, and their good performance mainly lies in the control system. You don't have to buy it. I'll build you a swarm control system. Yang Jianghong asked, what is the control limit? Lin Chen, my bee colony control system is different from the general control system. There is almost no limit on the number of bees. It's no problem to control 1 million at the same time. Yang Jianghong took a deep breath. Can one person control so many at once? Lin Chen nodded. Theoretically, there is no problem. The general control system is that one host controls all drones. My control system is distributed, and each drone can process information. While processing, it will also interact with other drones. They are independent of each other but also form an organic whole. Even if drones in one area encounter strong interference, it will not affect the entire drone swarm. Yang Jianghong said thoughtfully, it's like a person's hand is numb, but the rest of the body can react and control that hand to make some movements. Lin Chen nodded. He smiled and said, Brother Yang, you are quite knowledgeable. Strong interference will have an impact, but the drone will not be completely out of control. Chapter 294 Brother Lin, how much can you drink? Yang Jianghong, I have a lot of responsibilities, and I also have to know something about drones. Brother Lin, how do they communicate with each other when they are interfering? Lin Chen said, it is a near-field communication technology. The communication distance is short, but the ability to resist interference is relatively strong. Your drone may not have this. But military drones have strong anti-interference capabilities, so it doesn't matter whether they have this or not. Yang Jianghong, that is still relevant. Brother Lin, please research a better one for us later. If you need anything, just ask. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I have a small request. When I get it out, I have to keep some for myself. I'm not selling it to anyone else. I'm keeping it to protect myself. Yang Jianghong nodded. That's no problem. You figured it out yourself. No one will complain if you keep some. We provide all kinds of accessories and you provide the technology. Brother Lin, how long do you think it will take to make a new drone? Lin Chen asked in his mind, System, how many hours of aircraft manufacturing experience do I have now? 91 hours and 33 minutes. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Brother Yang, it depends on the situation. I have a lot to do this month because I want to get married. It should be almost done next month. Next month at the latest. It's just 8 hours away and it shouldn't be long. If everything goes well, I can upgrade it this month. It takes 100 hours to upgrade to the legendary level after reaching the Grandmaster level, and this upgrade is very difficult. As for the mythical level, it's impossible not to have another baby. Lin Xiaoqian is now happy to learn how to make origami airplanes, but as she grows older, her interests will shift. Lin Chen estimated that her interest would not last that long. Whether she could last to the legendary level was a question. Well, we'll get something good then. The Air Force has a lot of new aircraft every year, and the Navy has a lot of warships. Our army brothers have a hard time. Yang Jianghong said. Lin Chen glanced at Yang Jianghong and said, Brother Yang, you don't have to cry poor. I will provide you with the technology for free when the time comes. Yang Jianghong's old face turned red. He coughed lightly and said, You can still collect the money you should collect, just don't collect too much. Although we have a lot of funds, there are also many places to spend them. Lin Chen shook his head, forget it. If the country opens up national defense donations, I might have to donate some money. There's no point in me accepting this. Compared with the big guys, you have very little money. He can charge $10,000 for each drone sold to big customers, and his profit is more than $9,000. How much can he charge for providing technology to the military? The military would like to spend every penny wisely. It is better to make the military owe him a favor than to accept money from the military. As for local tyrants, how can we compare with the big guys? It seems that you made a lot of money from the big guys this time. Yang Jianghong smiled. Good. Lin Chen didn't say it. The two orders together earned 80 small goals, which made others jealous. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. Yang Jianghong drove the car into a large courtyard where soldiers were standing guard. Mr. Yang knew they were almost there and had already opened the door to wait for them. Master Lin, welcome, welcome. Cici, you are welcome to be our guest as well. Old Yang said with a smile. Grandpa Yang. Lin Xiaoqian called sweetly, she still remembered Mr. Yang. Lin Chen, Mr. Yang, you should just call me Xiao Lin. You're calling me Master Lin, and it's confusing me. Ha ha. Come in. Mr. Yang laughed heartily. When Lin Chen and the others entered the room, Mr. Yang's wife and daughter-in-law came out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. They were also very enthusiastic. Old Yang's daughter-in-law is Yang Jianghong's wife. Lin Chen looked at her a few more times and there was a hint of something strange in his eyes. Xiao Lin, the food will be ready soon. Cici, let's play for a while and then we'll have dinner. Mrs. Yang said with a smile. She and Yang Jianghong's wife went back to the kitchen to get busy. Cici, come with me. Yang Kurson took Lin Xiaoqian's hand and went to the room to play. Elder Yang called Lin Chen aside and whispered, Xiao Lin, is my daughter-in-law sick? Mr. Yang, I just have a little doubt. I'll take her pulse later to confirm it. Lin Chen said. Elder Yang nodded. What disease do you suspect? Mr. Yang, let's talk later. Old Yang showed worry in his eyes. Soon the meal was ready. Old Yang smiled and said, Wife, Xiao Lin's medical skills are very good. Let him take your pulse. Xiao Lin is also a great doctor? Mrs. Yang was surprised and said, Xiao Lin, can you please take a look at me? I always have back pain. Okay. Lin Chen smiled. Soon he finished feeling Madame Yang's pulse. Madame Yang, you don't have any major problems, it's just that as you age, you'll inevitably have all kinds of minor problems. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. You'll feel much better after one course of treatment. Brother Yang, now that you are here, shall I show you too? Yang Jianghong and his wife smiled and nodded. Lin Chen quickly finished examining Yang Jianghong and found that there was nothing wrong with him. Then Lin Chen also took his wife's pulse. Really? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Sister-in-law, one good news and one bad news. Yang Jianghong's wife smiled and said, Let's hear the bad news first. Lin Chen said, The bad news is that you are sick, early or middle-stage pancreatic cancer. Yang Jianghong's wife's face changed and she trembled as she said, Really? A friend of mine died of pancreatic cancer. She only lived for 3 or 4 years after she found out. What's the good news, Brother Lin? Yang Jianghong asked quickly. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Yang, I'm sorry for scaring my sister-in-law. The good news is that I can cure this. Call. Yang Jianghong let out a long sigh. Xiao Lin, how sure are you? Elder Yang asked nervously. Lin Chen smiled and said, Old Yang, don't worry, it hasn't reached the middle stage yet, I am 100% sure. Call. Mr. Yang and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Jianghong patted his chest and said, Xiao Lin, you scared me a lot. Let's drink a little. I must let you know what it means to be a warrior in the killing field with alcohol. Old Yang glanced at his son and didn't remind him. His son can drink quite a lot. But compared with Lin Chen, it's nothing. Brother Yang, let's just have a drink. Yang Jianghong shook his head, that won't do. You discovered my wife's illness, so I have to drink more with you. The Yang family prepared a large table of food. Everyone sat down, and Lin Chen and his friends started eating and drinking. After the two of them finished drinking a bottle, Yang Jianghong continued to persuade them to drink with a smile. After drinking 2 bottles, Yang Jianghong could hardly laugh anymore. Lin Chen still looked like nothing was wrong. He himself was already half drunk. After the two of them finished the 3rd bottle, Yang Jianghong was about 60% drunk. Lin Chen is still fine. Brother Lin, how much alcohol can you drink? Yang Jianghong asked. Old Yang said unhappily, Now you know how powerful I am, right? Your alcohol tolerance is far from enough in front of Xiao Lin. You're almost drunk, Xiao Lin isn't even tipsy yet. Yang Jianghong looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Brother Lin, how much can you drink? Lin Chen stretched out a finger. 1 bottle? You just drank more than 1 bottle. Lin Chen smiled and said, Keep drinking. Yang Jianghong stared at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, really? Then can you come with me to a drinking party? We had a negotiation with the Bear Country. The negotiation reached an impasse, and they proposed a drinking contest to decide the issue. Chapter 295 Is being able to drink alcohol useful for this purpose? Old Yang glared at Yang Jianghong and said, Son, have you drunk too much? Xiaolin is a cultured man, you want him to compete in drinking with a bunch of rough guys like you? Can you take the responsibility for causing him problems by drinking? Yang Jianghong smiled awkwardly. Dad, I'm doing this for the country. Didn't I hear Brother Lin say that he could keep drinking and thinking about this? Elder Yang asked doubtfully, for the country? There aren't many things in the bear country that we absolutely need, right? They won't give us some of their core technologies. This. Yang Jianghong hesitated. Dad, this is confidential, I can't tell you, but it is indeed very important. Forget it, forget it. Brother Lin, just pretend I didn't say anything. If we lose this, we will be held responsible. Lin Chen asked curiously, Brother Yang, I heard you say that this matter is very important. Why is it so frivolous that both parties actually decided the result by drinking? Yang Jianhong, they can drink a lot. They often use this trick when negotiations are at a stalemate. But this time it's different from ordinary negotiations. This is not a simple business. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Brother Yang, if it involves great national interests, I can participate. If it doesn't involve much interest, then forget it. Can you report to your superiors first and tell me if you can? Yang Jianghong looked towards Mr. Yang. Don't let your father scold you when he disagrees. Elder Yang said with some concern, Shaolin, are you sure? The people from the bear country who participate in such a competition are all drunkards. Lin Chen nodded. I can drink quite well. Yang Jianghong stood up and said, Brother Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm going to the study to make a phone call. Please enjoy your time. Soon Yang Jianghong arrived at the study. He contacted the higher-ups. Mr. Yang is of a very high rank, but he is semi-retired, and Mr. Yang and he are not in the same system, so Yang Jianghong still has to contact someone else for this matter. It's okay to know Lin Chen's confidentiality level. But I need to communicate with the others whether to let Lin Chen participate. I can't take the responsibility if anything goes wrong with him. Said a big shot that Yang Jianghong contacted. Yang Jianghong didn't know Lin Chen's confidentiality level, but the big boss he contacted knew Lin Chen's situation. The people from the bear country are in the imperial capital, so the safety of the venue is no problem, but will there be any problems if they drink too much? What should we do if Lin Chen's brain is damaged by drinking? The boss he just contacted quickly called Su Shangyan, Old Su, I have something to tell you. After he finished speaking, Su Shangyang hurriedly said, Old Xia, you don't understand the importance of Lin Chen very well. I can't agree to this. We are responsible for his safety. If anything happens to him, I will probably have to go to court-martial. I can't let him take that risk. Old Xia, our business is also important. Let's put it this way, if he can't drink anymore, we will never force him. Su Shangyang walked back and forth. This negotiation is indeed extremely important. He thought for a while and said, tell Lin Chen about this first and see what he thinks. If he participates, I will have to watch him personally. Okay. Old Xia quickly told Yang Jianghong the situation. Yang Jianghong came out of the study and said, Brother Lin, let me talk to you first, and then you can think about it yourself when the time comes. Dad, you are old, so don't listen to me and don't worry about me. Lin Chen followed him to the study. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Yang Jianghong took out a cigarette and handed it to Lin Chen, who shook his head. Yang Jianghong refilled his cigarettes and went to the map hanging in the study. Brother Lin, look here. What's the shortcoming? Lin Chen looked at where Yang Jianghong pointed and said, it's missing an outlet to the sea. Yes. Our two countries have signed an agreement on this matter, but that is the general framework, and there are still many things that need to be negotiated. This time it involves this issue. Yang Jianghong said. There are some things they are holding on to and we can't give in. We are stuck there. Whoever gives in will be criticized, and no one wants to bear this criticism. Lin Chen, so you're using the drinking contest? Yang Jianghong nodded, everyone wants to talk, but they can't reach an agreement. There is no other good way. Some of the old wine barrels who have participated in the event before cannot participate this time. Both parties have to be newcomers. The bear country has actually chosen the right person, and they have all come to the capital. The main problem is that we didn't choose the right person. Lin Chen asked with a smile, what are the rules? Yang Jianhong, you can go to the toilet but you can't vomit. Someone will accompany you when you go to the toilet. If you vomit, you fail. 3 people from each side will participate, and the total amount will be calculated. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Considering the total amount, isn't that a sure win? We can take it if we win the seaport? Yang Jianghong shook his head. That's not the case, but it will be a big step forward, and the rest will be just small problems. This is a critical moment. We have been slow to make up our minds. The people from the Bear Country are coming to the capital arrogantly. Lin Chen said with a smile, Brother Yang, I didn't expect that someone with a good alcohol tolerance would one day make contributions to the country. Count me in. Yang Jianghong coughed lightly and said, Brother Lin, why don't you reconsider this? This is no small matter. The people from the Bear Country who are participating must be very good at drinking. I can drink quite well. Lin Chen smiled. Yang Jianghong, Brother Lin, someone should contact you. You can discuss it with them then. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned that. If you lose, it will affect you. Drinking will cause trouble. Lin Chen smiled and said, Brother Yang, it will only have an impact if we lose. If we win, it will be good for me and the country. The two went outside. Yang Jianghong didn't drink with Lin Chen anymore. If Lin Chen really participated, he would have to maintain his condition from now on. Mr. Yang, this is an invitation. I would like to invite you and your family to attend the wedding of Meng Yao and me. Lin Chen gave the wedding invitation to Mr. Yang. Elder Yang opened the invitation letter, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Shaolin, this is a handwritten invitation letter. This invitation letter is very precious. I have to keep it as an heirloom. Lin Chen, Mr. Yang, that's not necessary. It's just an invitation letter. As for, of course. Elder Yang said with a smile, your future achievements are limitless, and you will definitely be remembered in history. There is no problem with this being a family heirloom. Shaolin, Lao Zhang also lives in this courtyard. I'll go with you. Let Jianhong accompany you to see off the others tomorrow. You and Sisai will stay here today. Sisi will stay here and play with Kursen tomorrow. Lin Chen hesitated a little. Mr. Yang, it's not good to live here, right? Elder Yang waved his hand. It's okay. The guest room has been prepared for you. You can stay here with peace of mind. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian and Yang Kursen were having a great time. Mr. Yang, I am sorry to bother you then. Half an hour later, Tianlang called, Master Lin, Uncle Lin, why are you going to the drinking contest? If anything happens to you, I'll be in trouble. Chapter 296, Mr. Lin is a cultivator? Lin Chen said unhappily, Tianlang, you wish me well. Don't worry, this is nothing to me. I'm getting married in a dozen days. I have a wife and children. Do you think I'm kidding about my life? The wolf on the other end of the phone thought about it. That's true. Lin Chen is still a very stable person. He has a basic understanding of the world's top standards. Mr. Lin, let me ask you, which one is better, your drinking capacity or your calligraphy? Sirius inquired. Capacity for liquor. Let's take a look at the 2,000 cubic meters of system space. Using the system space to cheat will make it useless no matter how many people the other party brings. Tianlang felt at ease instantly. Lin Chen can drink a lot, but he is not a good drinker. Since Lin Chen said so, it should be correct. Mr. Lin, I feel relieved when you say that. Then I will reply to the higher-ups that I believe in your alcohol tolerance. I have dealt with you quite a lot, so they are waiting for my reply. Soon Tianlang called Su Shangyang. Tianlang, how is it? Su Shangyang couldn't wait to ask. Tianlang said, Minister Su, it should be fine. Mr. Lin said that his alcohol tolerance is better than his calligraphy. Su Shangyang was stunned. Is your drinking capacity better than your calligraphy? His calligraphy is definitely the best in the world, how can it be better? Su Shangyang said in surprise. Tianlang, Mr. Lin said so. So I think there shouldn't be any problem. Chief Su, is it possible that Mr. Lin is the legendary immortal cultivator? Su Shangyang. How about I recommend you to be an editor at Tomato? Tianlang coughed lightly, that's not necessary. I just think that Mr. Lin is good at too many things. Su Shangyang narrowed his eyes. Tianlang, don't forget that Mr. Lin is an SSS level person. We are not qualified to investigate Mr. Lin at all. Yes. Su Shangyang warned, our mission is to protect Mr. Lin's safety. We should not care about anything else. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Tianlang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Chen behaved very casually,
and sometimes he would ignore Lin Chen's identity level.
In fact, S level already has certain privileges, not to mention SSS level identity. Su Shangyang called Lao Xia. Old Xia, since Mr. Lin is sure, we have agreed. I will watch from the sidelines. If there are any special circumstances, I will definitely stop it immediately. Su Shangyang said.
Old Xia said quickly, no problem, you don't want anything to happen to Mr. Lin, and I don't want anything to happen to Mr. Lin either.
If something happens to him, how can my responsibility be small? Su Shangyang snorted and said, you'll be better than me.
I'll go to court-martial, and you can go back to growing sweet potatoes.
Old Xia. Su Chuyang, what time do you guys have? Old Xia said, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is fine.
Mr. Lin drank today, which may affect his condition tomorrow.
Let's arrange the drinking party for the day after tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day.
Yang Jianghong drove Lin Chen to meet a group of bigwigs who were familiar with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen delivered the invitations one by one.
Brother Yang, I still have to go to the Song family.
I know where the Song family is, so I won't bother you to drive me there.
Lin Chen said to Yang Jianghong.
Yang Jianghong laughed and said, no trouble, my old father said that I will be your driver today. My wife's illness still requires your help.
Lin Chen asked, are the test results out? The smile disappeared from Yang Jianghong's face. He nodded slightly.
Today his mother accompanied his wife to the hospital for a checkup.
Pancreatic cancer, the king of all cancers. Brother Lin, are you sure you can really cure it? Yang Jianghong said anxiously.
Lin Chen nodded and said, don't worry, it can be cured. Pancreatic cancer is very troublesome and I can't do anything about it if it reaches the middle or late stages, but now it's only in the early or middle stages and it's not a big problem.
Call. Yang Jianghong breathed a sigh of relief. Song family, Song Xiais and Song Qingchuan did not go to the company today. Lin Chen told them that he would come to deliver the invitations today. Third brother, let's talk. Song Xiais called Song Qingchuan to the study. Brother, what do you want to say? Song Xiais asked Song Qingchuan to sit down. Third brother, I have no objection to Dad asking Master Lin to divide the family property among us, but what do you think about how to divide it? Song Qingchuan, my opinion is not important.
Song Xiais sighed and said, we probably won't find out anything about the cause of Dad's death if we continue investigating, but we all know what happened. Although your second brother and I are brothers, I have a very big opinion on this matter. I think he should get less or even no share of the family property.
Song Qingchuan, brother, how do you want to divide it? Song Xiais blew out a smoke ring and said, however, we have to listen to Master Lin. However, Master Lin should also listen to our ideas at that time. Let's open up and communicate today. Song Qingchuan nodded, okay, big brother, you decide. Song Xiais said, father owns 60% of the shares.
According to father's wishes, half of it belongs to Master Lin. I have no objection to this, and I believe you have no objection either.
Certainly.
Song Xiais, how about the other 55%, 30% for me, 20% for you, and the remaining 50% for the rest of the family?
Song Qingchuan smiled and said, brother, even if we divide the family property, you are still the head of the family. I agree with this. But can we divide the shares equally?
My relationship with Master Lin is better, but I don't want to use that to my advantage.
Song Xiais smoked and thought. We each get 25% and the other half is shared among the rest? Song Qingchuan nodded, we need to have a plan for who will get the rest of the money. I don't think we can get any money from my second brother.
On the surface, the second brother didn't do anything, but secretly we all know that the second brother has connections with Tianhe Group and others.
Song Xiais, third brother, is the head of the family still mine?
Song Qingchuan nodded, brother, we are just dividing the family property, not to break up the entire Song family.
You are still the head of the family, I recognize this. You will always be my big brother. Song Xiais smiled and said, that's it. We will communicate with Master Lin then. Boom boom.
Just then there was a knock on the door.
Without waiting for them to say anything, Song Shikong pushed the door open and walked in. Big brother, third brother, what are you whispering about here? Shikong, why are you back? Song Xiais asked. Song Shikong, I heard that Lin Chen is coming. Is he coming here to invite you to the wedding? Song Xiais nodded, that's right. Any questions?
Song Shikong said in a deep voice, brother, I think our Song family needs to stay a little further away from Lin Chen. He has been sanctioned by the United States, and our family has a lot of business overseas. Song Shiais and Song Qingxuan looked at each other. It seems that Song Shikong doesn't know about the will yet.
Second brother, the United States can't be so lenient. Will it sanction us just because we attended the wedding? Song Shiai said. Song Shikong frowned. Anyway, I don't agree. Do we still need to kowtow to a young man like him? Don't blame me for being rude if he comes. Chapter 297 Song Shikong's worries. Song Shiais and Song Qingxuan shook their heads secretly. They didn't say much and didn't persuade Song Shikong to turn back. Although there is no direct evidence, there is indirect evidence that their father's death was related to Song Shikong and his wife.
How could they help Song Shikong in this situation?
Brother, what do you mean by not talking?
Lin Chen is doing well now, and his reputation is spreading far and wide, but it's okay for us not to be enemies with him or flatter him, right?
Song Shikong said in a deep voice.
Song Shiais looked at Song Shikong and said, he is well known and my father had a good relationship with him when he was alive.
Why shouldn't our Song family have a good relationship with him? Song Shikong's expression froze. Why? Of course it's because of something they did.
He had never thought that Lin Chen was hiding so deeply.
Lin Chen turned out to be the Lin Yu master on the internet. What can he do now? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back.
He knew that Lin Chen knew some of his actions, and he persuaded Song Shiais and the others because he wanted them to stand with him, which would make him much safer. But Song Shiais and the others knew that the right to distribute the inheritance was in Lin Chen's hands, so how could they support Song Shikong? Brother, we are brothers. Third brother, we are also half-brothers.
Are you sure you don't support me, but support Lin Chen?
Song Shikong said in a deep voice, to be honest with you, Lin Chen and I have some conflicts.
If you support me, I can give you some of my father's inheritance when it comes to distribution. Mr. Song left behind a lot of legacies. Even a tiny fraction of a point would add up to 300 million.
Normally, this would be quite attractive, but Song Shiais and the others knew that the inheritance had nothing to do with Song Shikong.
How could Lin Chen possibly give the inheritance to Song Shikong?
Second brother, if you don't want to see Lin Chen, just leave. Lin Chen will be here soon, so don't say anything when the time comes.
Song Shiai said in a deep voice. Song Shikong, brother, I am not as good as an outsider? Are we going to be separated soon after Dad passed away?
Since you say so, I request that the family property be divided as soon as possible.
Let's go our separate ways.
Dad owns 60% of the family shares, and we each own 20%.
What do you think of this division, third brother? In his opinion, Song Qingxuan would definitely agree.
Song Qingxuan was the third child and did not have the same mother as them. Under normal distribution, it would be difficult for him to get the same amount.
Song Shikong wanted to win over Song Qingxuan. Song Qingxuan shook his head. I don't think it's good.
The cause of my father's death has not been found out yet, so there is no rush.
Song Shikong frowned secretly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. How could Song Qingxuan object to such a distribution plan? Second brother, don't go out.
Third brother, Lin Chen is coming soon, let's go out and greet him.
Song Shiai said. Song Qingxuan nodded, and they walked out.
Song Shikong had a gloomy face, and he followed closely behind.
Soon Song Shiai and his friends met Song Shikong's wife and others. The scene didn't seem very harmonious. First, the cause of Mr. Song's death has not been determined yet, and second, the huge inheritance left by Mr. Song has not been distributed yet.
Say less.
Song Shiai said in a deep voice.
He and Song Qingxuan and others arrived outside the manor, and soon Yang Jianghong drove over.
Lin Chen got out of the car.
Song Shiais and Song Qingxuan hurriedly went to greet him, and they said in unison, Master Lin, welcome.
Yang Jianghong parked the car and got out.
Song Shiais was surprised that Yang Jianghong actually drove for Lin Chen himself. Yang Jianghong is only in his 40s and his rank is much lower than that of old Yang, but he is already a colonel and it is estimated that his promotion will be in the next 2 to 3 years.
Yang Jianghong.
Song Shikong's wife's expression changed slightly.
Why is the Yang family so close to Lin Chen?
Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yang and others had drunk with Lin Chen before, and their relationship was okay, but in her opinion, they shouldn't be so close, right?
Song Shikong's wife's family is quite powerful, but compared with the Yang family, her family is slightly weaker.
If Lin Chen and Mr. Li had an average relationship, Song Shikong's wife would not be worried, but if they were too close, her family might have to bear a lot of pressure.
Hubby, let's retreat first.
Song Shikong's wife came to Song Shikong and whispered. She pulled her husband back into the manor.
Wife, what's wrong?
Lin Chen and my eldest brother get along well with each other, which is not a good thing for us.
We must alienate the relationship between Lin Chen and our Song family. Song Shikong said in a deep voice. He just wanted to ruin the situation, not become a complete enemy. Lin Chen is not easy to mess with nowadays. Honey, something's wrong. The one driving for Lin Chen is Yang Jianhong.
He is the youngest son of old Yang, with the rank of senior colonel. With old Yang's relationship, his rank of senior colonel is very valuable.
The Yang family and Lin Chen are too close. Song Shikong's wife said.
She is somewhat arrogant and domineering due to her relationship with her mother's family, but she is still very perceptive about officialdom.
Yang Jianhong driving for Lin Chen represents the attitude of the Yang family. Does the Yang family fully support Lin Chen? Song Shikong frowned. Almost. Song Shikong's wife said.
Song Shikong thought that if the Yang family fully supported Lin Chen, together with other families, they would not have the upper hand in the officialdom, and they would even be at a considerable disadvantage. Within the Song family, his eldest brother and third brother are also close to Lin Chen. The situation is much worse than they thought.
Hubby, let's avoid their sharp edge first. Lin Chen is now being sanctioned by the United States.
If a tree stands out from the crowd, it will be destroyed by the wind.
He may die soon. Song Shikong's wife said.
There was a gleam in Song Shikong's eyes.
Death? Wife, I'll listen to you. Water does not compete for the lead, but for the continuous flow. Song Shikong took a deep breath and said. Lin Chen, Song Qingxuan, and others arrived inside the manor. Mr. Song, here is the invitation.
If you have time, please come and have a drink at the wedding.
Lin Chen took out the invitation letter and said with a smile.
He only prepared 2 invitations to the Song family, but Song Shikong didn't have one. He was too lazy to go because their relationship was not good.
We will definitely go to your wedding. Song Shiai said with a smile. They opened the invitation.
Suddenly, they were all surprised. Lin Chen actually wrote it by hand, which meant that this invitation letter was much more important.
Master Lin, you are too polite. Song Qingxuan said.
After chatting for a while, Song Qingxuan invited Lin Chen to the study, while Song Shiai continued to talk to Yan Jianghong outside.
Master Lin, this is the situation.
Song Qingxuan told Song Shiai what he had talked about.
Lin Chen, Mr. Song, I agree with your distribution plan.
But there is a prerequisite for implementing this, that is, we must find out the cause of Mr. Song's death.
Mr. Song trusted me and asked me to distribute the inheritance.
He also gave me half of the inheritance, so I must give him an explanation.
Song Qingxuan nodded. That is what we hope for, too.
Lin Chen and Yang Jianhong left the Song family not long after they arrived.
Brother Lin, the atmosphere in the Song family is a bit strange. Yang Jianhong said.
Lin Chen told Yang Jianhong about the situation, including the fact that old Song asked him to help distribute the Song family's inheritance. After listening to this, Yang Jianhong smiled and said, Brother Lin, the police follow procedures and disciplines when handling cases, so they may not be able to find out the truth. Ask the National Security Bureau to help you check.
3 or 4 cars have been following us. You are of a higher rank. You should have this authority. Lin Chen called Tian Lang. Can you help me find out the cause of Mr. Song's death? Lin Chen asked.
The wolf on the other end of the phone said without hesitation, sure.
Lin Chen is at SSS level, and he has many privileges. Chapter 298 Become an honorary professor? Tian Lang, this doesn't count as misusing public property for personal gain, right? If it's against your will, forget it. Lin Chen reminded.
The wolf on the other end of the phone said, Mr. Lin, no.
With your status, you have many privileges. Do you need me to give you a list of your privileges? That's not necessary. Are you sure you can find out, Mr. Song? Lin Chen asked. Tian Lang, Mr. Lin, it should be possible. I will arrange very professional people to conduct a secret investigation. Lin Chen hung up the phone. Yang Jianhong said, Brother Lin, are you going anywhere else? I will be your driver all day today.
Lin Chen said, go to Imperial Capital University.
Dong Changren asked him to meet at Imperial Capital University at noon.
Okay.
Yan Jianghong drove quickly to Imperial Capital University. Brother Lin, do you have any friends at Imperial Capital University?
Lin Chen shook his head. We are not friends for now.
Someone asked me to meet and chat at Imperial Capital University. Yang Jianghong joked, could it be a beautiful college student? Lin Chen. It's Minister Dong of the Ministry of Education. Yang Jianghong coughed lightly and said, so it was Director Dong. Did he come to you to get your fairy tale included in the textbooks?
You guessed it right. Yang Jianghong, given his status, I guess he has nothing else to do with you. Your fairy tales are very good.
I think there is no problem in including them in the textbooks.
I'll wait for you outside the school later.
He's probably surrounded by a bunch of people I'm too lazy to deal with.
At this point, Yang Jianghong paused and said, Brother Lin, there is nothing wrong with the Dong department, but some people have crooked butts, so you have to be careful when dealing with them.
Lin Chen, Brother Yang, can you tell me in detail?
This. Yang Jianghong hesitated a little. Brother Lin, our country's science and technology has developed rapidly in recent years, and the country is changing with each passing day, but people's thinking is not so easy to change. Back then, our country was very poor and the West was very rich.
Do you understand? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I think I understand. Yang Jianghong, don't tell me I said that. The upper-class circle in the capital is only this big, and many of them are acquaintances. Lin Chen nodded.
Don't worry, I won't tell. Yang Jianghong smiled and said, as our country becomes stronger, some people's thinking will gradually change, but we will still encounter stubborn resistance from some people.
It's all normal. Leave it to time. Time will bury those decadent ideas and people together, but it will also give birth to a new generation full of vitality.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Before he knew it, Yang Jianghong drove to the gate of Imperial Capital University.
A middle-aged man was waiting for Lin Chen outside the school gate. Lin Chen got out of the car and the man approached quickly.
Hello, Master Lin. My last name is Liu, and I am Minister Dong's secretary. Minister Dong asked me to pick you up. The middle-aged man extended his hand enthusiastically.
Lin Chen shook hands with him and said, Secretary Liu, thank you for your help.
You don't have to be so polite and just call me by my name.
It's my pleasure, Master Lin, please. The two walked towards the school gate. There were many college students coming in and out, and soon one of them recognized Lin Chen.
Hello, Master Lin Yu. Master Lin, are you here to give a lecture at our school? Master Lin, everyone in our entire dormitory is your fan.
A lot of people quickly gathered around Lin Chen and his group, and they asked Lin Chen questions enthusiastically.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Hello, students. I'm Lin Chen. I'm not here to give a lecture. I have an appointment with someone here. I'll excuse myself first. Secretary Liu took Lin Chen into a building. Soon Lin Chen arrived at an office. There were only two people inside, one was Dong Changren, and the other was Gu Changgang, the president of Imperial Capital University. Lin Chen didn't know who the current president of Imperial Capital University was, so he did some research on the way here. Minister Dong, Principal Gu.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Dong Changren said with a smile, Lin Chen, we are just talking about you.
You are now a banner among young people and an idol for many young people.
Of course, he is also my idol.
Gu Changgang was already old.
He said, Lin Chen, the wisest one is my teacher.
You are also my idol. Secretary Liu retreated silently.
Lin Chen begged for mercy, two seniors, you are embarrassing me by saying this.
I am just a little luckier.
Dong Changren said, there are many people with talent and intelligence, but there is no one else in the world who can reach your level.
You're not lucky.
Lin Chen muttered in his heart, he was not smart, he just got the system, he was definitely lucky.
Of course, I can't tell you this even if you kill me. Gu Changgang asked Lin Chen to sit down.
He said, Xiao Lin, Minister Dong graduated from Imperial Capital University.
He asked you to come here to take care of his alma mater. Are you interested in becoming an honorary professor at Imperial University? Lin Chen was surprised and asked, I am an honorary professor of Imperial Capital University? Gu Changgang nodded. Xiaolin, what do you think?
Emeritus professors don't usually have much to do, but if you want, you can give open classes to your classmates.
Dong Changren smiled and said, this is a nominal position.
You can become an honorary professor of Imperial Capital University and also an honorary professor of other universities at the same time. Lin Chen thought about it and decided that honorary professor was not a problem.
Principal Gu, thank you for your appreciation. I would like to become an honorary professor of your university.
Lin Chen said with a smile. He felt deeply moved that he was just an ordinary college student, but now he has become an honorary professor of Imperial Capital University.
Professor Lin, welcome to join us.
Gu Changgang said enthusiastically, we will work hard to prepare the certificate of honor, and the school's official website will soon publish this good news.
Minister Dong, please chat. Gu Changkang said perfectly and left happily.
Dong Changren took out a book and said, Lin Chen, your fairy tale will be published in this textbook.
Let's discuss what you think. Lin Chen was surprised and asked, this is next year's textbook, right? It's out already? Dong Changren nodded, it must be done in advance. This is the first version and it will need to go through multiple rounds of review later.
Lin Chen picked up the book.
System, please help me take a look. How about you help me point out the problems?
Lin Chen said in his mind. While he acquired calligraphy and fairy tale skills, he also gained a lot of knowledge in Chinese, but his Chinese was not as comprehensive as his mathematics.
Good. The system agreed.
Lin Chen's system usually doesn't make any noise, but you can still communicate with it, and it can be of some help. Time passed minute by minute, and with the help of the system, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed, and he found many problems.
Some of these are just minor issues. Some are a bit big. For example, Lin Chen suggested deleting one of the articles from the textbook. Minister Dong, I'm an outsider. I'm just speaking casually.
If I say anything wrong, you're welcome to criticize and correct me.
Lin Chen said.
Dong Changrun was filled with emotion. You are still an amateur, so I, the minister, can retire and go home early.
I think most of what you said is very correct. I will give instructions to implement it as much as possible. But there is a small problem. This article is not easy to delete. Dong Changren turned to the article that Lin Chen wanted to delete. Why not delete it? Lin Chen asked.
Dong Changren said helplessly, the person who wrote it is not a simple person.
Chapter 299 Lin Chen gives an open class? Lin Chen did not continue asking Dong Changren.
Dong Changren had already said it was not simple, so it would be embarrassing for him to ask further.
Dong Changren probably couldn't afford to offend this person. Minister Dong, please put my fairy tale aside for now. Lin Chen said.
Dong Changren looked at Lin Chen with some embarrassment. Lin Chen, wait until his article goes down and yours comes up. The other party will definitely know that you have a problem with him. Lin Chen said calmly, I do have an opinion, but I'm not afraid of the other party knowing it.
I will ask someone else who wrote it. Dong Changren was silent for a while. He sighed and said, don't look for anyone else. Let me tell you, it was written by Yen Zongxiang, the old man of the Yen family. He is in his 80s or 90s and retired a long time ago. He has 3 sons and 2 daughters, and they are all doing well. Oh, by the way, don't you have a good relationship with the Song family?
His youngest daughter is the wife of Song Shikong, the second son of the Song family. There was a look of surprise in Lin Chen's eyes. It turned out to be the Yen family. The Yen family is very powerful and has a wide network of contacts.
Old Master Yen is old.
If I remove him, I won't be able to take the responsibility if he gets angry and falls down.
Dong Changren said helplessly. Dong Changren pointed upwards and said, all those above have to give old Master Yen some face.
Not to mention his 3 sons and 2 daughters, his sons and daughters are involved in 5 families.
Do you think it's possible to marry a poor son or daughter to a poor man?
Lin Chen snorted and said, this may not be written by him.
I think someone used him to publish this.
Dong Changren, he is the author of the article.
This article is not particularly outrageous. We can only turn a blind eye and wait until old Master Yen dies.
Lin Chen shook his head. I know politics is the art of compromise, and I understand you, but I'm a young man, and I won't enter the officialdom.
If I don't like something, I'll just criticize it. Dong Changren. Lin Chen, the Yen family is really strong.
Although you are very famous now, if you go head to head with the Yen family, you might end up with a bloody head. Lin Chen murmured in his heart that he had indirectly made enemies with the Yen family a long time ago.
Even if it doesn't match now, it will match later. Old Master Yen's youngest daughter is actually Kwansong Shikong's wife. I can only say that this world is really too small.
Or maybe the top circle in the imperial capital is too small.
Minister Dong, when will the final version of this textbook be finalized? Lin Chen asked. Dong Changren, by the end of next year.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
There was still a lot of time.
The Yen family was very powerful, so there was no need to rush.
Who knows, maybe old Master Yen would die next. Minister Dong, is there anything else? Lin Chen asked.
Dong Changren breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "No more, it's noon now, Master Lin, I'll treat you to a meal." Lin Chen shook his head. "I will target the Yen family in the future."
You might get into trouble after eating this meal.
Well, okay.
Dong Changren did not insist either.
Although he holds a high position now, he does not have a strong family support behind him and his strength is not enough.
Master Lin, let's add each other on WeChat.
Good.
Lin Chen added Dong Changren on WeChat and said goodbye.
Just as I got outside, Yang Jianghong called me. "Brother Lin, I have something urgent to do. I need to leave for 2 hours.
Is that okay? Brother Yang, go get busy. I've never been to Imperial University. I just happened to be here for a stroll."
Lin Chen smiled. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen walked towards the cafeteria of Imperial Capital University. It was noon, so he went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach first.
Master Lin Yu, have you become an honorary professor of our school?
Hello, Professor Lin.
Soon someone recognized Lin Chen.
They gathered around Lin Chen, but did not surround him. Lin Chen walked towards the cafeteria with them.
You are so well informed?
Lin Chen said in surprise. A female student said, "Master Lin, the school's official website has posted a good news announcement, and the school's app has also posted a good news announcement.
The news has spread throughout the Imperial Capital University. Master Lin, are you going to give a lecture?
If so, which one would you teach, children's literature or calligraphy?"
Another student inquired.
Lin Chen said, "Children's literature and calligraphy, it seems there is nothing much to talk about."
You don't have such classes, right?
Master Lin, as long as you can come to give a lecture, even if you just chat with us casually, I promise to go and listen.
I'll go too. Our entire dormitory will go. Master Lin, everyone in our dormitory is your fan.
Master Lin, as long as you come, it doesn't matter what you say.
Everyone around spoke enthusiastically.
As college students from top universities, they are all gifted children. They rarely admire others, but Lin Chen's achievements are far beyond their reach.
They didn't know anything else about Lin Chen.
But there is no doubt that he is the first person in calligraphy and the first person in fairy tale creation.
Lin Chen is also good at playing basketball.
He is also very strong and can climb Mount Tai while carrying his wife and daughter. Lin Chen thought, since it has been exposed, it doesn't matter if some other things are gradually exposed. The Yen family is very powerful and has strong connections.
If he wants to target the Yen family, his current influence may not be enough.
It's fine for me to give you an open class, but forget about painting and fairy tales.
There's nothing much to talk about.
I'll give you a math class when the time comes.
Lin Chen smiled. Everyone around looked at Lin Chen in surprise. They are students of Imperial Capital University. They are all good at math.
Some of the most outstanding students are very good. Any tutor who dares to teach math to them is not an ordinary person. Those who dare to give open mathematics classes are basically big names. It would be extremely embarrassing if students pointed out my mistakes or I couldn't answer their questions.
Master Lin, can you give us a math lesson? Someone said in surprise.
Lin Chen nodded, "I don't have time today, I will give you a math lesson tomorrow.
The content is uncertain, I will just answer your questions. The time is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning."
Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished his meal, and the news that he was going to give an open mathematics class at Imperial Capital University spread.
Not only did the news spread within Imperial Capital University, it also spread across the internet. Many people have doubts.
Mathematics and fairy tale calligraphy have nothing to do with each other.
Ding ding. Su Mengyao called. Hubby, why do you want to talk about math? Su Mengyao said in surprise. She knew that Lin Chen was very good at math, but hadn't Lin Chen been hiding it? Why was he planning to expose it now?
Lin Chen chuckled and said, "I've already exposed it, so it doesn't matter if I expose it a little more.
I can't keep it a secret forever. Isn't it true that I learned so much in vain?"
Su Mengyao, hubby, something's wrong with you.
Is there something wrong that you need to increase your influence? Lin Chen. Wife, there are so many beauties here, I'm just pretending.
Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. You're almost at 10 million followers, and there are a lot of people in the comments section who want to give birth to your kids.
You don't need to be like this.
Lin Chen comforted her, don't worry, my dear, everything is under control.
You know, I have a lot of cards up my sleeve.
There was worry in Su Mengyao's eyes.
Hubby, if you do this, won't the outside forces know about it? Will there be outside forces targeting you? Lin Chen, wife, do you think that at this point, the intelligence agencies of the United States and other countries still don't know that I'm good at math? They are not vegetarians. Chapter 300, by a younger brother or sister? After finishing the call with Su Mengyao, Tianlang called, Mr. Lin, are you going to take an open math class? Tianlang, is there a problem?
Foreign intelligence organizations should have known about this a long time ago. Tianlang frowned slightly on the other end of the phone. Some foreign intelligence organizations do know about it.
But they don't know exactly how strong your math is. Mr. Lin, why do you do this? Don't you always like to hide your strength? Now they are in charge of Lin Chen's security company. Tianlang really hopes that Lin Chen can stay like this, so that their security pressure will be much lighter. Did you know that Song Shirkan's wife is from the Yin family? Serious, I know. Lin Chen said calmly, Song Shirkan and his men are secretly targeting me.
They are connected to Pan Jia.
And General Song asked me to distribute his inheritance. Tianlang was stunned.
There were 2 people from the National Security Bureau nearby at the time, and Lin Chen asked them to keep it a secret, and they didn't even tell Tianlang. If you don't give it to Song Shirkan, you will offend the Yin family. You want to increase your influence and keep the Yin family's friends away from getting involved.
Sirius analyzed.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, you're right.
I don't want my enemies' friends to become my enemies. Tianlang thought for a while and said, Mr. Lin, I can't interfere with your actions, but if there is any major situation in the future, can you tell me? Let's assess the risks. Lin Chen, okay.
Tianlang continued, Mr. Lin, if you stand up and give a lecture, I guess the professors and academicians who have contacted you will know that the person they contacted is you.
Lin Chen laughed and said, what do you think I am doing here? Tianlang was stunned. Lin Chen wants to use their energy.
Each of those professors and academicians is not a simple person. Their support can calm many people down, and even the Yin family will not dare to act recklessly at that time.
Mr. Lin, please be as restrained as possible. Don't let foreign forces know that you are invincible in mathematics. Tianlang persuaded. Don't worry, I know my limits.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. If he had not sensed the threat from the Yin family, he would not have done this. He took the initiative to expose himself not to attack, but to defend himself. The Yin family has many friends and a wide network of contacts, so he had to let those people know from the beginning that he is not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, once the action is taken, there is no turning back, and those people will follow the Yin family and become his enemy.
Miss Su, this is the situation. Tianlang reported the situation to Su Shangyang. Su Shangyang rubbed his temple.
He felt his head buzzing. The Yin family was a powerful and well-established family.
How could Lin Chen be in conflict with the Yin family?
Their security will become more difficult.
Make sure Lin Chen is safe tomorrow.
Find some younger-looking people to sneak in and protect him.
Su Shangyang said in a deep voice. Dad, Sister Kurson also has a doctor toy. Can you play with us? Lin Chen returned to the young family and Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice. Okay.
Lin Chen said lovingly.
Yang Kurson asked, Uncle Lin, where is my father? Why hasn't my father come back? Your father has something to do and will be back later. I'm here to play with you. Am I a doctor or a patient now?
Lin Chen smiled.
Dad, you are a patient. Sister Kuxian, you are a doctor and I am a nurse.
Lin Xiaoqian giggled.
Aha! Yang Kurson nodded happily.
Lin Chen started playing with the 2 little guys, and after 5 minutes his Western medicine skills began to improve. His Western medicine skills are very close to the legendary level.
2 hours passed by unknowingly.
Lin Xiaoqian and the other 2 were having so much fun that they refused to play when Lin Chen wanted to take them out to play. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's mind, Host, your Western medicine skills have been upgraded to the legendary level. A massive amount of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen gained a lot of experience in Western medicine. At the same time, his hands also underwent subtle changes. His hands became steadier. Give him a scalpel and he can perform the most delicate of surgeries. Western medicine also has many unique features. Lin Chen said in his heart. He is a master of ancient medical techniques and can solve many problems, but some problems are better handled by Western medicine. For example, acute cardiovascular and cerebrovascular attacks. Medical equipment in ancient times was not so advanced, and ancient medical treatments often required human body adjustments, but human body adjustments definitely take a process. With some diseases, the patient may die within an hour or two. Cici really doesn't have much talent in this area. Lin Chen said in his heart. When he had mastered Western medicine to the Grandmaster level, Lin Xiaoqian had no abnormalities, and now Lin Xiaoqian has no abnormalities either. In this case, the talent for Western medicine must be very low. Lin Chen estimated that Lin Xiaoqian's talent for Western medicine would not be higher than 10. Of course, even if Lin Xiaoqian has a talent for medicine, Lin Chen does not intend to train her in this area. She has extremely high talent in math and drawing, so there is no need for her to hold a scalpel and face every patient. Dad, we have healed your leg. Get up and walk around. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Chen stood up and took a few steps. During these 2 hours, he was treated from head to toe by Lin Xiaoqian and her friends. Ding ding. Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It was Su Mengyao who called. Lin Chen answered the phone, and Su Mengyao's voice came over. Hubby, send me the location, I'm in the capital. Honey, why are you here? Lin Chen said in surprise. Su Mengyao snorted, of course I'm staring at you. You're going to have an open math class tomorrow, and there should be many beautiful college students from Imperial Capital University watching. I have to prevent my house from being robbed. Lin Chen. Seriously. Su Mengyao said in a sweet voice, Hubby, this is your first public class. Of course I want to participate. Cici should also want to see you give a lecture on stage. I'll hold her down there and watch tomorrow. Lin Chen, are you done with the company's work? Su Mengyao chuckled and said, no, there is no such thing as being busy with company matters. My dad also supports me coming here. He has been working overtime these 2 days. Husband, please send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sent the address to Su Mengyao. In the evening, Su Mengyao also had dinner at Yang's house, and then Lin Chen and the others said goodbye and went to stay in a hotel. It was fine for Lin Chen to live with Cici at Yang's house, but it would be a bit inappropriate for a family of 3 to live there. Mom and Dad, I want a brother or sister. Let's buy one. When they arrived at the hotel room, Lin Xiaoqian said something shocking. Buy a brother or sister? There was a strange look in Su Mengyao's eyes. Mom, I have a lot of money. I'll give you some money. Can you buy me one? Lin Xiaoqian hugged Su Mengyao and acted coquettishly. Lin Chen, Cici, you had a lot of fun playing with Sister Curson, so you want a brother or sister? Aha! Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Dad, I have a lot of money. I'll give you money, please buy me a brother or sister. Lin Chen burst out laughing. After all, she is still a little girl under 3 years old. Although she has learned a lot of mathematical knowledge, she is still far from enough in various common sense. Cici, this is not available. Children are not bought. Lin Chen touched Lin Xiaoqian's little head and said. He looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's pretty face turned a little red. Chapter 301 Lin Chen's Open Mathematics Class. How did that come about? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen and the others in confusion. Su Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian and explained, Cici, the baby comes out of the mother's belly. Have you ever seen someone with a big belly? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes. Su Mengyao, children are like little elves. They fly into their mother's bellies and settle down there, then grow up slowly and finally come out. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Mom, is there a little elf in your belly? Not yet. It depends on fate. Su Mengyao felt embarrassed by Lin Xiaoqian's questions. Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici, go take a bath and go to bed. If the child doesn't fall asleep, the elf won't come if it sees that there is a child in our house. Aha! Mom, please give me a bath. I want the elf to come to our house sooner, hee hee. Lin Xiaoqian said quickly. After taking a shower, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep quickly. Su Mengyao came out of the bathroom in her pajamas. Lin Chen stood up, hugged Su Mengyao and kissed her lips immediately. After a few minutes, Lin Chen stopped any further action. It's not appropriate to do that in a hotel, and Lin Xiaochen is sleeping next to us.
Hubby, let's try it on our wedding day.
Su Mengyao snuggled in Lin Chen's arms and whispered.
Lin Chen nodded with a smile. As their relationship warmed up and desensitization treatment was intensified, Su Mengyao's mental problems were gradually recovering. Honey, it seems that Sisai really wants brothers and sisters. Su Mengyao asked, shall we have another child in the future?
Lin Chen nodded, it's good to have another child.
Sisi and Kursin get along very well, we will try our best then. Su Mengyao said softly, given my physical condition, will I still be able to get pregnant?
Sisi wants a brother or sister, and I also want a child. I am an only child, and when I was little I envied others because they had older brothers and sisters.
Lin Chen smiled and said, wife, your body is gradually recovering.
I will try harder and I will definitely get pregnant.
I'm strong and have plenty of ammunition.
Others fire once every 3 days, but I fire 3 times a day.
If the chances are not good enough, I can make up for it with frequency. Su Mengyao's face turned red.
She said coquettishly, you just talk nonsense. Go take a shower, you have a lot to do tomorrow. Lin Chen quickly put on his clothes and went to take a shower.
Wouldn't it be nice to hug his fragrant wife to sleep after taking a shower?
Su Mengyao leaned against the head of the bed. She opened Douyin and turned to Lin Chen's comment section.
Master Lin is an expert in fairy tales and calligraphy. He is also good at basketball. If he is also good at math, that would be amazing. Tomorrow Master Lin will give an open math class.
Our school's Wei Shen will go, and many math geniuses from other schools will also go.
There will definitely be something interesting to watch tomorrow. Many people have said that Lin Chen is not worthy of Su Mengyao. Now they have been slapped in the face, right? They are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Su Mengyao looked at them one by one.
The vast majority of reviews are good or neutral. Although there are people who criticize Lin Chen now has tens of millions of fans, and those who criticize him are often criticized to the point of doubting their lives. Lin Chen finished his shower quickly.
He went to the bed and hugged Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao said, husband, some people on the internet said that many top math geniuses from many schools, and even math experts and professors from some schools, will be there tomorrow.
Lin Chen smiled and said, that's what I want them to do. Otherwise, what if I give lectures to some ordinary college students?
There's no point in doing that. Su Mengyao said in a muffled voice, I'm just afraid that if you perform too well, some countries will not be able to accommodate you in the future.
Don't worry, I'll try my best to control it. Lin Chen kissed Su Mengyao on the cheek and said, go to sleep.
I have to hurry up and clear your meridians. But before I dredge your meridians, I need to give you a massage to relax you first.
Su Mengyao. The next day,
Lin Chen and the others got up early.
At 8:30, Lin Chen and his friends arrived near Imperial Capital University.
Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, you have to get off the bus and walk.
The road ahead is so blocked that we can't move forward.
The driver turned around and said to Lin Chen and the others.
This driver is from Su Group in the Imperial Capital. Let's get out of the car and go.
Lin Chen smiled. He carried Lin Xiaochen out of the car, and the 3 of them walked forward. Soon some people recognized Lin Chen and the others.
Hello, Master Lin. Sisai, you are so cute.
Many people greeted Lin Chen and his friends, and Lin Chen responded to them with a smile as he walked forward. Lu Feng and his men followed closely around, paying careful attention to the situation around them and ready to take action at any time. There are snipers on several high points around, and they are carefully searching for suspicious enemies. There are riot vehicles at every intersection around, so any gunman who causes trouble will never escape. Soon Lin Chen and his friends arrived at the school.
Tianlang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He came here personally to direct the security work. Lin Chen has 36 security personnel, working in 2 shifts, normally 18 people.
There is a team in the UN community, so normally there are 15 people around Lin Chen. There are now more than 100 security personnel here. There are quite a few experts and professors here, as well as quite a few other mathematical geniuses. If something happens, it will have a huge impact on the entire China.
Everyone report. Tianlang said in a command vehicle. Everyone from Team A has entered the lecture hall. Everything is normal. Everything is going well for Team B. The sniper team is doing fine.
Each team quickly reported the situation, and Tianlang asked them to report every 10 minutes.
At 8:50, Lin Chen and his colleagues entered the lecture hall.
This lecture hall has a total of 500 seats, and almost all of them are occupied. Many small benches were added to the lecture hall, and many people were standing there. The number of people in the entire lecture hall exceeded 1,000.
Ms. Su, your seat is over there. I'll take you there. Someone took Su Mengyao to a reserved seat in the first row.
There is a cute little stool in front of this seat, and Lin Xiaoqian can sit on it.
Thanks. Su Mengyao smiled. She sat down holding Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian looked around curiously and whispered, "Mom, there are so many people here.
Are they all here to watch Dad's lecture? Dad is so awesome. Don't you always say that Dad is the best?" Su Mengyao whispered.
He, Dad is the best. Lin Xiaoqian said happily.
Su Mengyao reminded, "Cici, you can't talk later, or you will disturb Dad's lecture." Aha!
While they were talking, Lin Chen exchanged a few words with Principal Gu Changgang and others, and then Lin Chen walked up to the podium.
Thousands of people in the entire lecture hall looked at Lin Chen.
There is also a photographer on each side taking pictures, and everything Lin Chen says today will be recorded.
Everyone, we have a few minutes left. Everyone please take your seats and be ready if you want to ask questions.
Lin Chen picked up the microphone and said with a smile.
Chapter 302 Master Lin, what else are you good at? Soon it was 9 o'clock. Many people raised their hands to ask questions as soon as possible.
That girl. Lin Chen pointed at one of the girls. The girl stood up and said, "Master Lin, I am a fan of your calligraphy.
Will there be public classes on this in the future?" Lin Chen. Everyone, this is an open math class. I will only answer math-related questions. After the class is over, I can answer other questions. Please take a seat. That boy.
The boy Lin Chen was referring to was Wei Shen. The first person did not ask a math question, so the second one couldn't make the same mistake.
Wei Shen was stunned for a moment and then stood up. Many people showed surprise in their eyes. Wei Shen was from another university and was very strong in mathematics. If Lin Chen called on him, the questions he asked would probably not be easy.
"Professor Lin, there is a question that has been bothering me recently."
Wei Shen spoke quickly. He didn't care that much about the ways of the world. He didn't want to embarrass Lin Chen. He didn't understand this.
Since Lin Chen called on him, he asked directly.
Is there an electronic version?
It will be convenient for others to read the questions.
Lin Chen asked with a smile. He remembered and understood what Wei Shen said. But most of the people present couldn't remember the questions. Soon the question was displayed on the electronic screen. When seeing the title, many people looked confused. What does this mean? They don't understand what the title means at all.
Of course, there were still many people present who understood.
Lin Chen said in advance that there were many math geniuses present, and even many math professors from universities. Please take a seat. Let's talk about this question. Lin Chen spoke and wrote quickly.
He was a legendary math expert and had a very comprehensive knowledge of math.
Solving math problems like this was not difficult for him at all.
And he can use the simplest method to make others understand.
After 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Chen finished solving the problem. He wrote on 3 blackboards. Lin Chen looked at Wei Shen.
There was a look of realization in Wei Shen's eyes. He stood up and bowed, "Thank you, Professor Lin, so that's how it is."
I understand. Lin Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome. Please take a seat. Let's continue."
Some more people raised their hands. At this time, fewer people raised their hands. Wei Shen's question made them realize that it was totally inappropriate to ask ordinary questions in such an occasion.
"That sir, it's you."
Lin Chen pointed at a middle-aged man in his 40s.
"Professor Lin, what I want to ask is..."
The question raised by this middle-aged man is more difficult than that of Wei Shen. Wei Shen is very good, but he is still young, and there are some big names in the field of mathematics who are better than him.
The question was soon displayed on the electronic display screen. While everyone was looking at the questions, someone wiped the blackboard clean. "Your question is this." Lin Chen quickly started talking about the second question.
Only a few people listened to Lin Chen's lecture seriously, but most of them were daydreaming, as if they were listening to a mystery.
Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here?
They asked themselves silently in their hearts. Many of them were good at math, and had been considered geniuses by others since childhood. But at this moment, they were silent during class. They felt like they had become elementary school students. The topic Lin Chen was talking about at this moment was advanced mathematics.
I don't understand. I don't understand at all. They couldn't recognize all the mathematical symbols written by Lin Chen.
At the front, Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen lovingly. In her opinion, Lin Chen on the podium seemed to be glowing, and at this moment Lin Chen was very charming. Sitting in the small seat in front of Su Mengyao, Lin Xiaoqian was watching attentively, with a sweet smile on her face from time to time.
Time passes by every second. Lin Chen answered questions one by one.
Lin Chen answered a small portion of the questions raised by the mathematics professors. For the rest of the questions, Lin Chen gave some ideas, while for others, he said he would study them further when he returned. Lin Chen naturally knows the answers to these questions. But some of the questions asked by the professors were difficult, and he was able to answer them in one go, showing how capable he was. Lin Chen's goal was to let people know how powerful he was, but not to the point of affecting the security of other countries.
The balance in between needs to be well grasped. Everyone, it's 12 o'clock. That's all for today's presentation. You can ask a few more questions next, and I'll answer any that I can. Thank you.
Lin Chen smiled.
Crash.
There was warm applause throughout the lecture hall. Although Lin Chen didn't answer some questions, he was able to quickly answer many questions asked by others, which showed his extremely high level. Lin Chen pressed his hands. He smiled and said, "Let me answer the question of the girl at the beginning first.
It should still be possible in the future. Professor Lin, when are you going to have a second child?"
As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, someone asked loudly. Lin Chen chuckled and said, "It depends on fate, but it will definitely happen."
Cici really wants brothers and sisters. Dad, I will go to bed early every day from now on.
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Su Menyao's face turned visibly red. Ha ha. Many people laughed.
Lin Chen coughed lightly. Next question.
Master Lin, besides calligraphy, fairy tales, mathematics, and basketball, are there anything else you are very good at? Someone stood up and asked loudly.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked this question, not knowing whether this person was simply curious or was instructed by someone. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I have a wide range of interests and know a little bit about some things, but I won't embarrass myself by saying them out loud."
One last question. Wei Shen stood up and said, "Professor Lin, when will there be another open math class? Your lectures are so good." Lin Chen, this is uncertain, try to do it once a quarter.
That's all for today's open class.
Thank you everyone.
Lin Chen walked towards Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian. He hugged Su Mengyao first, and Su Mengyao said in a tender voice, "Hubby, you explained it very well.
But there is one bad thing, I didn't understand anything." Me too. Two people around said in unison. Ha ha. Many people in the classroom laughed.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Today's class is a bit difficult, and I can't answer some questions." After Lin Chen finished speaking, he picked up Lin Xiaoqian.
"Sisai, what do you think of what Dad said?" Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Lin Xiaoqian said a little embarrassedly, "Dad, I didn't understand either, but you are very handsome."
Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. "Cici, it's normal that you don't understand now. If you study hard, you will understand in the future." Aha!
Lin Xiaoqian nodded seriously. She thought Lin Chen was very handsome on the podium just now, which increased her interest in mathematics a lot.
Lin Chen would be very relieved to know this.
Just this point alone made his lesson worthwhile. "Professor Lin, your lectures are so good. The school has prepared lunch.
Let's go have a quick meal together,"
Principal Gu Changgang said happily. He didn't expect Lin Chen to give him such a big surprise. He invited Lin Chen to become an honorary professor of Imperial Capital University because of Lin Chen's excellent calligraphy and fairy tales. He didn't expect that Lin Chen had such a high level of mathematics.
Chapter 303 You are Academician Lin. The relevant news quickly spread online. Oh my god, Master Lin is also so good at math. Master Lin is the eternal god. Is there any big shot who can tell me what level Master Lin is at?
Many people on the internet were talking about it and were shocked. Drawing and fairy tale creation are talents, but being good at math is a clear sign of overwhelming IQ.
Yen family.
An old man in his 60s came to his father's yard.
Dad.
The old man called out respectfully.
The old man in front of him was Yen Zongxiang, the former patriarch of the Yen family.
What's up?
Yen Zongxiang looked at his eldest son Yen Ziyuan and said.
Yen Ziyuan sat down next to Yen Zongxiang. Dad, I want to talk to you about my younger sister and her husband.
Go ahead.
Yen Zongxiang put down the book in his hand and said.
You know that my little sister and her friends are enemies with Lin Chen. I think we shouldn't be enemies with Lin Chen.
Yen Zongxiang frowned. You are the eldest brother, why don't you take care of your sister?
Lin Chen has some reputation, but can painting and fairy tales make a country strong?
We in the Yen family are not afraid of him.
You have to help your little sister and the others.
Yen Ziyuan sighed and said, Dad, Lin Chen is not only good at painting and fairy tales, he is also very good at mathematics.
He is now protected by many comrades from the National Security Bureau.
Yen Zongxiang was stunned.
He's so young, and he's good at math?
Yen Ziyuan, he is very good at mathematics. I have asked some great mathematicians and they said that Lin Chen's mathematics level is probably among the best in the world.
Even if we can't make the top 10, it's probably not far behind. He's still so young.
Yen Zongxiang was in deep thought. He knew that the country valued such top talents. Mathematics is the foundation of all sciences.
Have you checked Lin Chen's identity level?
Yen Zongxiang asked.
Yen Ziyuan, no, we need to find someone to check this.
Check it out. Yen Zongxiang frowned slightly.
Okay. Yen Ziyuan thought about it and quickly made a phone call. The Yen family's network of relationships is still very powerful.
A few minutes later, the other party called back, Old Yen, I can't find any information about Lin Chen.
In this case, he probably exceeds my query authority.
What is your clearance?
Yen Ziyuan asked.
Old Yen, I can't tell you this.
It's confidential.
Yen Ziyuan handed the phone to his father. I am Yen Zongxiang, can you tell me your authority? The other party was silent for a while and said, Mr. Yen, the highest level I can check is A level.
Lin Chen is at least S level. After hanging up the phone, Yen Zongxiang took out his mobile phone.
After thinking for a while, he made a call. The person he contacted was of a higher level. I explained the situation to the other party, and the other party said, Brother Yen, I can help you check, but after the investigation, I will not owe you anything.
This is the last time.
Check it out. Yen Zongxiang said calmly. The other party owed the Yen family a great favor in the past. Although favors are hard to repay, there will still be a day when they will be repaid. 2 minutes later, the other party said in a deep voice, Brother Yen, I haven't found it either.
The highest I can find is S level.
Brother Yen, you should know what this means. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone.
Yen Zongxiang frowned. Lin Chen's identity level actually reached SS level.
Before he retired, his identity level was also SS level. Now that he has retired, his status level has been downgraded to S level. Status level is not directly proportional to family strength, connections, etc., but it represents the will of the country.
Dad, what should I do? Yen Ziyuan asked.
Yen Zongxiang thought for a long time and said, Talk to your little sister and ask them to stop fighting with Lin Chen and ease the relationship.
Lin Chen's identity and level are nonsense.
Okay.
Yen Ziyuan nodded. Go ahead.
Yen Zongxiang waved his hand. He didn't know about the Song family inheritance, nor did he know that Lin Chen wanted to clear out his article.
If he knew, he would definitely think more about it.
Across the ocean.
The United States also got the news.
They contacted several top mathematicians immediately.
What's the conclusion?
A middle-aged white man inquired.
He was very unhappy.
It was the middle of the night here and he was sleeping soundly in the arms of his lover, but he received a phone call and had to come over to work overtime. Director, the conclusion given by mathematicians is that Lin Chen's mathematical level has reached the world's top level.
Someone reported. The white middle-aged man frowned and said, Too abstract. Just give me a more accurate number. If he is ranked in the world, what is his level? Another round of questioning. Director, around 10 to 20.
But he is still very young and there is still room for him to improve. It is expected that he will be among the top 3 in the world in the future. The middle-aged white man nodded slightly. He quickly passed the information up. Lin Chen's situation deserves their attention, but it has not yet reached the point where it poses a serious threat to the national security of the United States.
A top research institute in China.
An old man quietly watched the video on the tablet.
You are academician Lin.
After watching the video, a determined smile appeared on the old man's face.
Lin Chen hid his strength, but how many mathematicians of this level are there in the whole of China?
Lin Chen's surname is Lin, and the academician Lin he contacted also has the same surname.
Is this a coincidence?
He's already so talented at such a young age.
God bless China. Such a genius must not have any accidents.
The old man thought to himself. He logged into his Weibo account, which he had not used for a long time. He did not have many fans, but many of those who followed him were bigwigs and experts in the industry.
Soon the old man posted a Weibo.
The general content is to appreciate and support Lin Chen, and call on the country to give more support to geniuses like Lin Chen.
Soon his Weibo post was seen by some people.
His identity was also exposed. Lin Chen's popularity was extremely high, and this Weibo post quickly became popular, and more people saw it.
Old Chen is quite fast. It seems that he also believes that Lin Chen is academician Lin. No. Lin Chen has not yet been elected as an academician, he is Professor Lin. A big shot from another research institute muttered.
He first watched Lin Chen's video and then read this Weibo post. He also has a Weibo account, and soon he also posted a Weibo post with content similar to that of academician Chen.
1, 2, 3.
In the following period of time, some other bigwigs also spoke publicly and expressed their intention to protect Lin Chen. These big guys are the best among the best. When they speak out collectively, not to mention the Yen family, even foreign forces who want to target Lin Chen will have to think carefully.
These bigwigs have considerable international influence.
Little sister, you know the situation now. You have to ease the relationship with Lin Chen.
Yen Ziyuan persuaded his younger sister. Yen Ziyuan's younger sister Yen Mingu frowned and said, "These people are just full and have nothing better to do. Why would they stand up and support Lin Chen?" Yen Ziyuan, Lin Chen has a very high talent for mathematics. The research of these people is closely related to mathematics. Don't even mention the future. They might need help from Lin Chen right now.
It's normal for them to post a message in support of Lin Chen. Yen Mingu said reluctantly, "We will try our best to ease the relationship with Lin Chen."
Chapter 304. You will definitely lose today. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. He took out his cell phone and answered, "Master Song, what's up?"
It was Song Shiai's on the other end of the phone.
He said, "Master Lin, are you free this afternoon? Shikong told me that he would like to talk to you if you are free this afternoon." A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Song Shikong wants to talk to him?
Wanting to talk to him at this time, Song Shikong probably wanted to give in and ease the relationship with him.
But their conflict was not just what Song Shikong knew. "Master Song, tell him I'm busy today. Let's talk about it later." "Okay."
Song Shiai's hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Song Shikong was next to Song Shiai's, and Song Shiai said to him, "You just heard it, Master Lin is not free today, you can go talk to him another day."
Song Shikong nodded slightly. "Brother, why are there so many strangers coming in and out here recently?" Song Shikong asked. Song Shiai's, they are from the National Security Bureau.
There are doubts about Dad's death, and they are helping us investigate.
Song Shikong's pupils shrank slightly. Has the National Security Bureau intervened to investigate?
He and his wife also discussed privately whether their conversation was being eavesdropped on and whether the National Security Agency had already obtained evidence.
Thinking of this, Song Shikong's heart beat faster. It's good that the National Security Bureau intervened in the investigation.
The facts have been uncovered long ago.
My father can rest in peace soon.
Song Shikong said, "Brother, I will make an appointment with Master Lin another day." After saying that, he stood up and said goodbye and left. Before he left the manor, someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Song, we have a case and would like you to help us investigate it."
"Who are you?" Song Shikong asked.
The man in front of him took out his ID and said, "Mr. Song, this is my ID.
Our car is outside."
Song Shikong was panicked.
How could the National Security Bureau ask him to assist in the investigation? Given his status and position, the National Security Bureau would not do so without evidence. Even if you ask, you should ask here. Can't you ask anything here? Song Shirkong said in a deep voice.
The national security officer in front of him shook his head. Let's go to our place.
It's more convenient to go to our place. Please.
Song Shirkong nodded slightly.
He got into the Goan car outside the manor.
There were 2 other national security members in the car, which made Song Shirkong feel uneasy.
Let me make a phone call. Song Shirkong said in a deep voice. Mr. Song, please do as you please. Song Shirkong called his wife and said, Honey, I will be back later today. The comrades from the National Security Bureau asked me to go to their place to assist in the investigation.
Yen Mingu's face changed slightly.
Then let's just not cook tonight. I'll go see Dad later and eat there.
When you're done with your work, pick me up from my dad's place.
Yen Mingu said. Good. Song Shirkong hung up the phone. I feel sleepy at noon, so I'll take a nap. After saying this, Song Shirkong closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He was very uneasy.
They were the ones who secretly rigged the death of Mr. Song.
After so long, they thought the matter was over, but they didn't expect that the National Security Bureau would intervene in the case. Calm down, calm down. The National Security Agency may not have the evidence.
The evidence has long been cleaned up. Song Shirkong comforted himself secretly.
At 5 o'clock, Lin Chen and his friends arrived at a hotel.
It was in this hotel that they would have a drinking contest with the Russians in the evening.
Hubby, drink less if you can.
Su Mengyao said with concern. She knew that Lin Chen was going to have a drinking contest with the people from the Bear Country that night. Lin Chen hugged Su Mengyao.
Don't worry, honey. I'll be fine.
I have the inner strength to refine the alcohol in my body.
And my physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Su Mengyao said shyly, Hubby, please don't drink after we get married. My mom said that drinking will affect having children. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Although drinking would not affect him at all, what was the point of listening to his wife in this matter?
He was not a drinker, so it didn't matter whether he drank or not. Lin Chen looked back at Lin Xiaoqian. She hadn't slept at noon and was now sleeping soundly in bed.
Honey, give me a kiss before you leave.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Su Mengyao. A few minutes later, Su Mengyao was panting. Lin Chen not only kissed her, but also gave her a massage.
Hubby, why don't you give them some advice? Don't drink anymore. Just play finger-guessing games to win 2 out of 3. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen laughed dumbly. How could they agree?
Usually, they suffer some loss in such matters, so they want to use such means to redeem themselves a little.
People in the Bear Country are generally good drinkers. They admit defeat at the drinking table, but can they accept defeat in finger-guessing games?
Su Mengyao hugged Lin Chen again. Hubby, come back early after you finish drinking. I will wait for you to come back before going to bed.
Good. Lin Chen nodded. He let go of Su Mengyao and went outside the room. Yang Jianghong was waiting outside. He asked, Brother Lin, how do you feel now? Can you drink? Lin Chen, if you can't drink, can you do it another day?
Yang Jianghong shook his head. It's impossible to do it another day, but we have a backup plan and can let the rest of us take over.
Can the rest of you guarantee victory? Cannot. Lin Chen shrugged. What else is there to say?
Let's go, we must teach these old Russians a lesson today.
Okay then, let's go. Lin Chen and his friends arrived at a large private room on the top floor.
There were several security personnel guarding outside the room, including Chinese and people from the Bear Country.
Master Lin, nice to meet you, nice to meet you.
As soon as Lin Chen and his friends came in, someone came up to greet them warmly.
Lin Chen shook hands with the other party.
The other party introduced himself, Master Lin, I am from the Northern Theater Command, my name is Xia Chunhai. Several people in my family are your fans, including me, ha.
Hello, Commander Xia. Lin Chen said. Xia Chunhai said quickly, I'm the deputy. You call Zheng Hongyang brother, so you can just call me Brother Xia. Is this appropriate? Xia Chunhai smiled and said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. He calls me Brother Zheng Hongyang, so can he call me Uncle Xie? Calling me Brother Xia makes me look younger, ha. Thanks, bro. Lin Chen shouted.
Xia Chenghai said with a smile, then I will call you Brother Lin.
Brother Lin, let me introduce you. Xia Chenghai introduced it quickly.
Su Shangyang was among them, but Xia Chenghai did not introduce him specifically, nor did he say that he was a big shot in the security department.
Hello.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Xia Chenghai, Master Lin, we have 2 tables here.
You, Chen Jion, and Tanny will go to the main table, but I don't drink, so I'll rely on the 3 of you tonight. The rest of them were at the table next to us as witnesses. Speaking of this, Xia Chenghai looked solemn.
Master Lin, there is a big difference between winning and losing, so it's better to win.
Of course, if we really can't win and lose, we can accept this result.
At this time, several other people came in. One of them laughed and said, "It's good that you have such a psychological expectation. You will definitely lose today." Chapter 305, This is an encounter with the god of wine.
General Valerie, that's not necessarily true.
Xia Chenghai looked at them and said.
Valerie, who had just spoken, raised his eyebrows and said, "Thank you, General."
If you have confidence, how about we increase the stakes? We will let the winner get more benefits. Xia Chenghai frowned and said, "Hasn't the contract been agreed long ago? Is it appropriate to increase the stakes now?" Valerie laughed. "As long as both of us agree to increase it, what's wrong with that? Are you afraid that you will lose? If so, then we will listen to you and not increase it." Xia Chenghai thought about it and said nothing.
Lin Chen stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you, General.
I think the other party's proposal is very good. If they are so confident, why not agree to it?"
Xia Chenghai looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen stood up to support increasing the chips. If the failure were to be known, it would have a negative impact on Lin Chen's reputation. Ordinary people may not care about reputation because they have nothing to lose, but Lin Chen's reputation is precious. If such a failure were recorded in history books, it might become a stain that Lin Chen would find difficult to erase in his lifetime.
This young man said it well. "General Xia, you are old but your courage is not as good as that of a young man." Valerie laughed. Xia Chenghai looked at Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, do you have confidence? Don't let failure affect you later." Lin Chen chuckled and said, 100% win, we will play with them as much as they want, and if they insist on giving us benefits, why should we refuse? Arrogant. Another bear countryman spoke in not very standard Chinese. Xia Chenghai looked at Su Shangyang.
Su Shangyang said, "Lin Chen has a good alcohol tolerance, and more importantly, he is a very stable person. Since he said so, I believe in his alcohol tolerance."
Xia Chenghai looked at Valerie.
"General Valerie, we have no problem. We will play with you as much as you want, but you have to be careful not to hurt each other's feelings."
Xia Chenghai said with a smile.
Valerie discussed the matter with the others in Russian.
Soon they agreed.
They took out a document that they had prepared long ago. They had prepared several such documents, corresponding to different levels of bets.
Yang Jianhong came to Lin Chen.
He whispered, "Brother Lin, they are full of confidence.
There must be someone among them who can drink a lot." "Fine."
Lin Chen smiled slightly. Not long after, the 2 parties signed a supplementary contract, which increased the stakes for both parties. The winning party won more, and the losing party naturally lost more. But it is still within the range acceptable to both parties.
"Thank you, General. You are doomed to fail this time." "Ha ha.
I hope you won't break your promise when you lose."
General Valerie laughed. Xia Chenghai said calmly, "We in China always keep our word and will never break our promise. Just don't break your promise when the time comes." "Don't worry, we won't either."
General Valerie said confidently.
"Nikita, I leave it to you."
General Valerie glanced at the 3 people who were participating in the competition, and they followed Valerie to the main table.
"Brother Lin, it's up to you."
Xia Chenghai also took Lin Chen and others to the main table.
The wine was brought up quickly. For fairness, wine from both countries is available. The alcohol content and volume of each bottle are the same.
Yang Jianghong and his friends were at another table. Yang Jianghong could drink a decent amount of alcohol and could drink 1 or 2 kilograms, but at this moment he was secretly shocked to see that both sides had served 10 boxes of wine, each box with 6 bottles, for a total of 60 bottles.
An average of 20 bottles for 3 people.
These wines are all pure grain wines with an alcohol content of up to 60 degrees.
Most ordinary people would have to kneel down after drinking just one bottle. Unboxing. Xia Chenghai said. Cases of wine were opened. General Valerie, you may change them at will. General Valerie was not polite either. He asked someone to randomly replace half of the wine. If there was something wrong with the wine, they would definitely find the problem after the exchange. Brother Chen, Brother Tan, relax. Lin Chen said with a smile. Sitting on his left was Xia Chenghai, and on his right were Chen Zhiyang and Tan Yi. Chen Zhiyang and the others were a little nervous. It's okay, we can just have some wine. We are all first-level hostesses and drink every day, but we have never been involved in anything like this before. Chen Zhiyang took a deep breath and said. Xia Chenghai said, drink as much as you want. If you fail, the responsibility will be mine, not yours. Brother Lin, if you can't drink anymore, don't force it. Su Shangyang and his friends were at another table. Su Shangyang can see this side clearly. If Lin Chen continued to drink while drunk, he would be the first to disagree. Serve the food. Xia Chenghai ordered. Soon, a variety of dishes were served, including Chinese cuisine and Bear Country cuisine. General Valerie, shall we begin? Xia Chenghai said with a serious expression. General Valerie nodded. Okay, let's get started. One of the people from the Bear Country stood up and said, my name is Nikita. Let's drink 2 bottles each to moisten our throats. He speaks Russian. But Lin Chen and the others all understood. Lin Chen and Xia Chenghai understood Russian, Chen Zhiyang and Tan Yi wore hidden headphones, and someone translated in real time. Chen Zhiyang and Tan Yi frowned secretly. They can all drink more than 10 kilograms, but if they drink too quickly, it will affect their alcohol tolerance. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone has their own pace, so go at your own pace. I like to drink fast wine. How many bottles should we drink first? Okay. Nikita nodded. The winner is determined by the total amount, and it is okay to defeat Lin Chen. He often defeats others by drinking fast. Gurgle. Lin Chen and Nikita each opened a bottle of wine and drank from it, and soon they drank the first bottle like water. Su Shangyang and the others felt their scalps tingling. That's a 60-proof liquor. Come again. Nikita laughed and quickly finished the second bottle. Lin Chen said with a smile, let's continue, let's drink quickly and leave early, 2 more bottles each? Good. Nikita agreed. He just didn't believe that Lin Chen could drink better than him. Soon, the 2 of them drank 2 bottles each. Before they even took a bite of food, they had already finished 4 bottles of high-proof liquor. I need to go to the bathroom. Nikita stood up and said. Lin Chen also stood up. Most of his wine was in the system space. It was okay not to go to the toilet, but if he drank 4 bottles in a row without going to the toilet, others would be suspicious. After all, the stomach has limited capacity. The bathroom is very close, and people from both sides followed them into the bathroom. Anyone who vomited would be eliminated directly. Back at the table, Chen Zhiyong and the others started competing against each other. But they drink more politely than Lin Chen and his friends. Nikita, shall we do it again? I'll drink 2 bottles first to test it out. Lin Chen said with a smile. He didn't eat any food and drank 2 bottles of wine. Nikita swallowed and thought he had met his match. He can drink fast, but if he doesn't eat, 6 bottles of liquor will have a significant impact on his alcohol tolerance. Eat some food first. Let's take it slow. Nikita coughed lightly. You can't do that either. Lin Chen shook his head, opened 2 bottles of wine, and drank them all in the surprised eyes of everyone. Depend on. Nikita's face changed. He had only drunk 4 bottles when Lin Chen had already finished 8. This is like meeting the god of wine. Chapter 306 Song Shirkong confessed. Brother Lin, eat the food, don't just drink. Xia Chenghai persuaded Lin Chen worriedly. If something happens to Lin Chen, Su Shangyang will be primarily responsible, but he will certainly also be responsible as well. Thank you, brother. Don't worry. I'm fine. Lin Chen smiled while picking up the food. Time passes by every second. Lin Chen maintained a speed of drinking 2 bottles every 5 minutes. In just 20 minutes, he finished 8 bottles of liquor by himself. A total of 16 bottles have been drunk. Lin Chen naturally went to the toilet several times, but his complexion was normal, and he had no problems walking, picking up food, and talking. At this time, Nikita had only drunk 6 bottles in total,
and the rest of Chen Zhiyong had only drunk 3 or 4 bottles. Their speed is already very fast. For such a drinking party, they normally need 2 to 3 hours, and sometimes 3 or 4 hours.
Brother Chen, Brother Tan, I offer you a bottle. Drink as much as you want.
Victory today will definitely be ours. Lin Chen said with a smile.
Gurgle gurgle.
After saying this, Lin Chen drank another bottle of white wine.
Nikita was a little confused.
He thought he had an invincible alcohol tolerance, but today he learned a lesson. General Valerie looked at Lin Chen, who looked normal.
He had a feeling that they would probably lose today's round.
Master Lin, you have a strong alcohol tolerance.
Yes, as national level hostesses, our alcohol tolerance is not bad, but compared to you, it's far worse. Chen Zhiyong and Tan Yi complimented. They completely relaxed.
At first they were afraid that Lin Chen would drink too quickly and fall down, which would put a lot of pressure on the two of them. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen drank more than a dozen bottles like drinking water. They could only drink this much when they were in good condition.
Lin Chen has completed his task.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, I usually don't drink much, but today the situation is different.
I'm willing to give it all up for the country.
Having said this, Lin Chen looked at Nikita and the others. He said in fluent Russian, My 3 friends, you know your own drinking capacity. If you feel you can't win, just tell me.
If you get drunk, it will hurt your body. Nikita and the others looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen actually knew Russian, and his Russian was so good.
Suddenly, the rejection in their hearts was reduced a lot.
1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen drank another 10 bottles.
He finished a total of 27 bottles, and Chen Zhiyong and the other 2 had finished more than 10 bottles together.
Lin Chen seemed to be fine.
Chen Zhiyong and the others are still in good condition.
Even if Lin Chen can't drink anymore, they can definitely drink 10 more bottles.
General Valerie, there is no need to continue.
Lin's alcohol tolerance is too good, and we are definitely no match for him. Nikita looked at General Valerie and said. He was convinced.
He had never been convinced by anyone when it came to drinking, but today he was completely convinced. General Valerie looked helpless.
Nikita has a very good alcohol tolerance.
He thought he would win today, but he didn't expect a freak like Lin Chen to appear.
Is Lin Chen immune to alcohol? Lin, you are amazing. We give in. We admit defeat this time. General Valerie took a deep breath.
Xia Chenghai smiled and said, General Valerie, I'm so grateful. Brother Lin, you guys should drink slowly.
We won't compete anymore.
Let's just drink with our guests who have come from afar.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Su Shangyang and his friends at the table also joined in, toasting each other, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious than at the beginning. Lin Chen's drinking capacity impressed the people of the Bear Country. In addition, Lin Chen's ability to speak Russian also made them feel very good. Before I knew it, another half hour had passed. Lin Chen slowed down, but he still drank several bottles in half an hour. In total, he drank more than 30 bottles.
But he still looked fine. Lin. If you have time, come to the Bear Country. I'll call a few more people to accompany you and make sure you drink, well. Nikita said drunkenly. No problem.
Lin Chen said in Russian with a smile. After a few drinks, he completely conquered these guys. They were all drunkards, but they didn't expect Lin Chen to be stronger than them.
Xia Chenghai looked at General Valerie and said with a smile, General Valerie, is that all for today? If you drink any more, all of us will be knocked down by Brother Lin. Valerie nodded. Okay, I'll drink it next time. He picked up a bottle of wine and walked to Lin Chen. Lin, you are amazing, I will toast you another bottle, welcome to visit the Bear Country, we will treat you warmly. Lin Chen picked up a bottle of wine and clinked glasses with him. General Valerie, I will go if I have the chance. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he and General Valerie finished the bottle of wine. Lin, can you still drink? If you can still drink, I'll give you one too. Another Russian picked up a bottle of wine and said. Lin Chen smiled and opened another bottle, come on. They each finished a bottle. Su Shangyang looked at Xia Chenghai. Xia Chenghai coughed lightly and said, everyone, that's all for today. Brother Yang, take Brother Lin back to his room. Yang Zhonghong nodded. Lin Chen and Yang Zhonghong walked out of the private room. Brother Lin, are you okay?
Yang Jianghong looked at Lin Chen with some concern.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Do you think I'm okay?" "Brother Yang, I guess today's wine was not wasted, right?" Yang Jianghong, "Probably not.
Many things are clearly stated in the contract. The bear country is in urgent need of our help now.
But it will definitely take time to implement." Lin Chen nodded. "It's good that it wasn't wasted."
Soon Lin Chen and the others arrived outside the room.
"Brother Lin, let's go."
Yang Jianghong turned around and left, just sending him to the door. There must be national security guards secretly guarding outside Lin Chen's room.
Knock, knock. Lin Chen knocked on the door and soon Su Mengyao opened it. Seeing Lin Chen, Su Mengyao was very surprised. "Honey, less than an hour and a half, how come it's so fast?" "It is normal for ordinary people to drink for an hour and a half.
In today's competition, this time is very short." Su Mengyao was prepared to wait for Lin Chen for 3 or 4 hours. Lin Chen smiled as he entered the room. "Get them drunk sooner so I can come back earlier. Drinking with them is not as comfortable as coming back and hugging my wife to sleep."
Su Mengyao said coquettishly, not serious. "How much did you drink, husband?"
Lin Chen, "About 30 bottles, they were convinced after about 20 bottles, and the rest was considered entertaining guests."
Su Mengyao's face changed. "So many? Are you okay, husband?"
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Most of it has already been refined.
The rest will be refined soon. If you are worried, you can watch me while I take a bath." Su Mengyao. "Go take a shower now, you reek of alcohol."
Soon Lin Chen entered the bathroom.
"System, absorb all the alcohol in my body,"
Lin Chen said in his mind.
"Okay."
The remaining alcohol in Lin Chen's body soon disappeared. He released the alcohol in the system space, and the alcohol quickly mixed with water and flowed into the sewer. When he came out, he only smelled a little bit of alcohol.
Ding ding. Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tianlang who attacked.
Lin Chen answered the phone, and Tianlang on the other end of the phone said, "Mr. Lin, I got the news that you are done."
"Are you okay?" Lin Chen, "I'm fine." "Tianlang, you called me. It shouldn't just be because you care about me, right?" Tianlang, "That's not the case." Song Shikong confessed. Chapter 307 Yen Mingu escaped. Lin Chen quickly asked, "What did he do?"
He confessed to murdering his father, and he confessed that the mastermind was his wife Yen Mingu. Yen Mingu is currently missing and we are doing our best to find her.
Serious road.
Lin Chen frowned secretly.
It is not easy to find Yen Mingu after she escapes.
She herself has no ability, but her family is very capable.
Tianlang, why are they doing this? Lin Chen asked. Tianlang, it's very simple, for the sake of profit.
Yen Mingu accidentally learned that if Mr. Song left a will, 30% of his 60% family property would belong to the eldest brother Song Shiai's.
They can only get 15%.
If Mr. Song died suddenly without a will, they would definitely get more than this with the help of the Yen family.
It was even possible that Song Shikong could become the head of the family. He was persuaded by his wife and finally chose to take action. Lin Chen asked curiously, Tianlang, how did you find out? They shouldn't have left any evidence, right? Well, we used a little trick. It's not particularly formal, but it's still effective.
His psychological defense against murdering his own father is not very strong.
Tianlang didn't say it clearly. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Try your best to find Yen Mingu.
Tianlang said, she is guilty of murder.
We have handed over the relevant evidence to the criminal police department.
Of course, we will still investigate secretly.
Okay. Lin Chen hung up the phone.
From the living room outside the suite to the bedroom,
Su Mengyao asked, Hubby, what happened? I heard you talking on the phone with someone outside. Song Shikong confessed.
He and his wife conspired to murder his father. His wife was the mastermind and he was an accomplice.
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao couldn't believe it, murdering his own father?
Why would Song Shikong do such a thing?
Lin Chen sighed with emotion. People are never satisfied. They have gotten enough but still want more.
Mr. Song has gone through decades of ups and downs, but now he has fallen into the hands of his son and daughter-in-law. Children's education is very important.
Su Mengyao muttered, if we have another child, will we have conflicts over property in the future?
Lin Chen shook his head.
Won't. Su Mengyao, husband, Are you so sure that it won't happen? Lin Chen smiled and said, we have good genes.
I will teach them strong enough skills so that they can do well on their own even without money. Besides, it's not easy for them to wait until I die. My internal strength is not weak now, so it is entirely possible for me to live to be over 100 years old in the future.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Husband, is it possible that you will live to be over 100 years old?
Lin Chen chuckled and said, it's possible.
When I become stronger, I can help you expand your meridians. It is entirely possible for you to practice and prolong your life in the future. Don't think too much about the Song family's affairs.
The possibility of Song Shikong murdering his father is minimal.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly.
She got into Lin Chen's arms. Hubby, I'm not worried.
With you teaching the child, what do I have to worry about? Go to sleep, honey. I will clear your meridians. Soon your meridians will be completely cleared. Then you will be able to practice. But being able to practice does not mean that you will become stronger quickly. Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao nodded gently. I know, Cici is talented, and she hasn't changed much after all this time. Lin Chen muttered to himself, of course nothing has changed now. Lin Xiaoqian's talent in martial arts is not particularly good. He had agreed with Su Mengyao before that this was to pave the way for the future. He is still only a martial arts master, and Lin Xiaoqian's martial arts talent has not yet improved. Lin Chen estimated that Lin Xiaoqian's martial arts talent was around 30 or 40, which was not bad, but not particularly good. If it were doubled, it would be around 70. That would be a good talent for martial arts. If Lin Chen's ancient martial arts Tai Chi could reach the legendary level, Lin Xiaoqian's martial arts talent would be able to break through 100. At that time, her martial arts talent was extremely strong. Wife, just wait patiently for me to expand your meridians. Lin Chen chuckled.
Su Mengyao turned over and began to sleep.
Lin Chen held her and his internal energy entered her body.
In 2 or 3 days, Su Mengyao's meridians would be unblocked. Yen family. Boom boom. Yen Ziyuan came to his father Yen Zongxiang. He knocked on Yen Zongxiang's bedroom door. Come in. Yen Zongxiang's voice rang out.
He was old and had gone to bed long ago, but he was not asleep yet.
Yen Ziyuan pushed the door and entered the bedroom. Dad, there's an emergency. Yen Ziyuan took a deep breath and said.
He helped his father sit up.
Go ahead. Yen Ziyuan said, a few hours ago, the National Security Bureau took Song Shikong away to assist in the investigation.
Before he was taken away, he called my younger sister.
For safety reasons, I had someone send my younger sister away secretly.
I just got the news that Song Shikong confessed.
Yen Zongxiang frowned. What did you do? Yen Ziyuan was silent for a few seconds and said, my younger sister told me the truth.
She and her younger sister told me the truth. It was she and her younger sister who secretly plotted the death of Mr. Song.
Nonsense. Yen Ziyuan said sternly.
Yen Ziyuan, Dad, my little sister is. Yen Zongxiang coughed several times and then said, find a way to send her to the United States and never let her come back.
Get her a new identity and give her some money. Tell her to keep a low profile. Yen Ziyuan nodded, I will try my best.
But the police and the National Security Bureau are investigating, and it is not easy to send him abroad. Dad, it was Lin Chen's idea to get the National Security Bureau involved.
Can we have someone sue him for misusing public property for personal gain? Yen Zongxiang shook his head. He is SS level and has some special powers. As long as it's not too extreme, it won't affect him at all.
He is very popular now, so don't provoke him for now. Being young and reckless, he will eventually fall down.
Yen Ziyuan nodded. Dad, go back to sleep.
Yen Zongxiang waved his hand, I can't sleep for a while after something like this happened.
Help me up. I'm going out to enjoy the moon. Early in the morning, Lin Chen woke up. Sisai, what are you doing, little troublemaker?
Lin Chen pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little face and said. Lin Xiaoqian was holding Su Mengyao's hair in her hand, and she had just put Su Mengyao's hair into Lin Chen's nose.
Dad, Mom made me do it.
Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Then I'll take care of both of you together.
Lin Chen, Su Mengyao, and others started playing on the bed. Hubby, spare me. He. Su Mengyao couldn't stop laughing because she was tickled. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future.
If you dare to do this again, I will punish you severely. Lin Chen said with a smile.
After laughing for a while, the three of them got up. Su Mengyao helped Lin Xiaoqian wash up, and Lin Chen called Tianlang. Tianlang, have you found Yen Mingu? Tianlang, we found out that she has arrived in Jinshi. She is likely to leave China by sea.
We're still investigating.
Chapter 308, Mr. Song's will is revealed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen shook his head secretly.
There is a high probability that Yen Mingu cannot be found for the time being. He openly and loudly asked Song Shikhan to assist in the investigation and asked Song Shikhan to make a phone call. When he contacted him, he did not focus on Yen Mingu.
This was giving Yen Mingu an opportunity.
The National Security Bureau will help him, but they probably won't be willing to confront the Yin family head-on over this matter. Even if they find out that there is something wrong with Yen Mingu, the Yin family will most likely not be involved in this matter.
What will the Yin family do when they settle their scores? Although the arrest of Song Shikhan involved Yen Mingu, he was given a break.
The Yin family will not be able to cause trouble to other people because of this matter.
That's all. Let Yen Mingu run away for now. Now is not the time for me to completely turn against the Yin family.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. He is not a law enforcer. There is no need for him to meddle in other people's business and put himself and his family in trouble.
He doesn't want to get involved in politics.
The cause of Mr. Song's death was clear, and he had given Mr. Song an explanation, so Mr. Song's will could be executed.
Wife, I'm going to the Song family. Let's meet at the high-speed rail station later. Lin Chen said to Su Mengyao.
Lin Xiaoqian next to him shook her head. I don't want to.
Dad, let's go together. Mom and I will go with you, and then we can go to the high-speed rail station together.
But this is more troublesome. Lin Chen said softly.
Lin Xiaoqian laughed and said, I'm not afraid. Are you afraid, Mom? Mom isn't afraid either. Su Mengyao smiled and said, as long as we are together, it doesn't matter if we have some troubles, right?
Aha! Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Then let's do it together. Cici, hurry up, let's practice Tai Chi once before setting off to the Song family.
Okay.
More than half an hour later, Lin Chen and his team set off. When Lin Chen arrived at the Song family, the lawyers from Tianding law firm had already arrived, and many people from the Song family had also gathered.
Wife, you and Cici should not go in. I'm going to go in and talk about something. I'll be out soon. Lin Chen said to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian were waiting for him in the car.
Lin Chen got out of the car, and Song Shiais and others immediately came to meet him.
Master Lin, welcome. Song Shiais, Song Qingchuan and others said enthusiastically. Let's talk inside.
Lin Chen said, and they went to the Song family together.
Lin Chen looked at the lawyer from Tianding law firm.
Everyone, before Mr. Song died, he made a will. Half of his property was left to Mr. Lin, and the rest was distributed by Mr. Lin.
This is Mr. Song's will.
The lawyer produced the will. We have the video footage of Mr. Song leaving his will, as well as all the video footage of the will that has been preserved to this day. We also have all the footage of Mr. Lin unpacking and inspecting the box. Lin Chen said, I took a video when I watched it, and a comrade from the National Security Bureau also took a video.
Master Song, do you have any objections? Song Shiai shook his head. If it were someone else, I might not trust him.
I would have to verify and check it carefully, but with your reputation, Master Lin, there is absolutely no need for you to fake it.
I believe it. Song Qingchuan also said, I believe it too.
Lin Chen, there are also video materials of the will, you can identify them later.
Someone from the Song family stood up and said, I have an objection. Why did my grandfather let you distribute the property?
Besides, my dad is not here, so it's not a good time to allocate it.
Lin Chen looked at the other party. This person is Song Shikhan's son.
He had no idea what his parents had done.
Lin Chen said calmly, someone is trying to harm Elder Song.
Elder Song knows that he won't live long.
He doesn't know who to trust, so he chooses to trust an outsider like me. I will help distribute the property after we find out the truth. Everyone in the Song family was talking about it.
Lin Chen looked at Lu Feng, who followed him in, and Lu Feng handed him a document.
Mr. Song was murdered.
Song Shikhan was one of the people who murdered Mr. Song. He also confessed that his wife Yen Mingu was the mastermind.
Yen Mingu is currently on the run.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone in the Song family was shocked.
Patricide was absolutely a shocking thing in China. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my parents do this? Song Shikong's son shouted with a pale face.
Lin Chen said, Song Shikong has already confessed his guilt.
If anyone doesn't believe it, they can ask the police to confirm it.
Now I will announce the distribution plan for the shares left by Mr. Song. Mr. Song left 60% of the shares, half of which was left to me, and the remaining 55% is to be distributed.
Song Shiai's, Song Qingxuan, you will each take 2.5%.
The remaining half will be decided by you together.
Do you have any objection to my allocation? Song Shiai's and Song Qingxuan shook their heads.
They had already reached an agreement privately.
Song Qingxuan gets 25%, but Song Shiai's is still the head of the family, and he makes most of the decisions on the Song family's affairs.
No, I don't agree.
This allocation plan is totally unreasonable. Song Shikong's son said with an unpleasant expression.
Lin Chen said calmly, Mr. Song asked me to distribute it.
This is my distribution plan.
I have finished the distribution.
If you have any objections, you can sue the court. Song Shiai said, if any of you have any objections, you can come to me to argue. If anyone troubles Master Lin, don't blame me for being rude. No one dared to say a word.
Even if they didn't get any, they already had a lot. If you offend the head of the family, Song Shiai's, you might lose all the benefits and might even be expelled from the Song family.
Besides, there is still half of the points left.
The Song family has assets of 300 billion yuan, half of which is 15 billion yuan.
Even 1% of this would be enough for food and drink. Master Lin, let's discuss your half. Song Shiai's looked at Lin Chen and said. Lin Chen waved his hand, give me a discount. If you can't get it out right away, it doesn't matter if it's later. The Song family has assets worth 300 billion yuan. It shouldn't be a problem if they sell some of it and give him the half at a discount. Okay. Master Lin, based on the assets of our Song family, we will give you a discount of 15 billion renminbi. We will definitely give you this money within a month. Song Shiai's promised.
Some people in the Song family were envious and jealous. Some of them were reluctant, but this was Mr. Song's will, and they had no ability to change it.
Okay. Master Song, this matter is over.
You still have things to do, and I also need to rush back to the Magic City.
Goodbye. Lin Chen said. Song Shiai's, Song Qingxuan and others sent Lin Chen outside. Master Lin, come often when you have time. Song Qingxuan personally opened the car door for Lin Chen. Good.
Lin Chen smiled, got in the car and left quickly.
At the Yen family, Yen Ziyuan arrived at Yen Zongxiang's yard. He received the news immediately. Dad, something's going on. Uncle Song left a will.
He gave half of his inheritance to Lin Chen and asked Lin Chen to help distribute the rest.
Song Shiai's and Song Qingxuan each received 25%. The rest of the Song family can only get the remaining half. Yen Ziyuan said in a deep voice.
Yen Zongxiang sighed softly, your Uncle Song made a good move. But this move has brought trouble to our Yen family. Yen Ziyuan, Lin Chen said it in public, and Song Shikong confessed that my younger sister was the mastermind and said that she was on the run.
Yen Zongxiang frowned. Just don't let Mingzhu get caught. Chapter 309 Yen Mingzhu was attacked and died.
Father, Lin Chen must have discussed it with Song Shiai's and the others long ago.
He announced the distribution plan when he got there.
He went to the National Security Bureau to investigate because of my little sister and the others.
Yen Ziyuan said in a deep voice.
Yen Zongxiang, your Uncle Song gave him half of the inheritance.
Can he not help your Uncle Song find out the cause of death?
If the cause of death cannot be found, he will not get the inheritance.
Dad, this matter. Yen Zongxiang asked, what do you think? Yen Ziyuan, I will find the best lawyer to fight the lawsuit on my sister's behalf.
At the same time, I will announce to the public that my sister is missing.
If Song Shikong betrays my younger sister, then there will be something wrong with me, right? Yen Zongxiang shook his head. Song Shikong and his friends did something like this, do you think Song Shikong wasn't on guard against your little sister? Yen Ziyuan's face changed and he said, Father, do you mean that he has evidence that my sister was actually involved? It's very likely.
If we do nothing, the police may not work hard to find it secretly.
If you hire a lawyer in a high-profile manner, the evidence will definitely be made public. Yan Zongxiang said in a deep voice. Dad, I didn't expect that. Yan Ziyuan pretended to be annoyed. He actually thought about it, and he said it on purpose. He knew that his father loved his little sister very much. He can't be too rational about his sister's affairs. It's okay for him to care about his sister, but if he is too rational and indifferent to his sister, his father will have some thoughts. His father controls many political resources. There are 3 brothers in the Yen family. With just one word from Yan Zongxiang, political resources will be tilted towards a certain person. You are too concerned. Be more rational about this kind of thing in the future. Yan Zongxiang warned. Yan Ziyuan, Dad, then we should do nothing? Yan Zongxiang nodded, well, don't move. Now there are many eyes watching our every move. Just secretly send your little sister to the United States. Let's wait for this incident to subside. Yan Ziyuan, Dad, I'm still a little worried. You say. Yan Ziyuan said, Uncle Song died of murder. Uncle Song has many friends. Will they make a big deal out of this? Our Yen family is likely to be under pressure. Yan Zongxiang took a deep breath. Ziyuan, you secretly helped your younger sister, but you openly and severely condemned such behavior. You made it clear that you would not tolerate it if she participated. Dad, is this okay? Yan Ziyuan said hesitantly. Yan Zongxiang, just do as I say. Our Yen family cannot get deeply involved in this matter. Yes. Yan Ziyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief after leaving Yan Zongxiang. He was afraid that his father would pay too much attention to his younger sister. Fortunately, his father was not too senile and ignored the entire family. Sioux City. Yen Mingu disguised herself and boarded a fishing boat. Her face looked frighteningly gloomy. If the plan succeeds, even if Song Shikang cannot become the head of the Song family, his shares can still increase. Even if most of the achievements are 15 billion. As a result, Song Shikang was arrested and confessed that she was the mastermind. The relationship between the couple is over, and she has to leave her children. Lin Chen. Yen Mingu gritted her teeth. She did not reflect on her own behavior at all, but attributed everything to Lin Chen's actions. If Lin Chen hadn't pointed it out, no one would have suspected that Mr. Song had died. If Lin Chen hadn't asked the National Security Bureau to investigate, the cause of Mr. Song's death would have been unlikely to be found out. I will be back. Sail. Yen Mingu said in a deep voice. Bang. At this moment, a gunshot was heard and Yen Mingu fell to the ground. She covered her chest with her hands, her eyes full of fear. No. Yen Mingu doesn't want to die. But blood kept flowing out from between her fingers. Although the bullet did not hit her heart, it hit her left chest and hit a major artery. There was no way she could survive with such injuries. Sister Yen. The people escorting Yen Mingu came to her side. Yen Mingu had blood flowing from her mouth. She opened her mouth to say something, but she said nothing. The light in her eyes quickly disappeared. Damn it. The person who escorted her away had a grim look on his face. He looked in the direction where the gunshots came from, but he saw nothing. Ding ding. The man immediately called the police. Woo woo. In just a few minutes, police from the nearby police station arrived. The police quickly confirmed Yen Mingu's identity, and Yan Ziyuan received the news in less than 5 minutes. He couldn't believe it. He thought his younger sister would be arrested, but he didn't expect her to be killed. Who did it? Yan Ziyuan's face was gloomy. Could it be that someone from the Song family secretly did this? Dad. Yan Ziyuan came to his father's place. Yan Zongxiang frowned and said, You are old now. You don't need to ask for my permission for many things. Just make your own decisions. Dad, my little sister is dead. Yan Ziyuan took a deep breath and said. What? Yan Zongxiang couldn't believe it. What did you just say? Yan Ziyuan, I just got the news that my younger sister was shot dead at the Jinshi dock and the gunman escaped. Yan Zongxiang staggered back 2 steps. He sat down on a chair. Dad, are you okay? I will definitely have someone investigate this matter, little sister. Yan Ziyuan said with concern. Yan Zongxiang waved his hand, I'm fine, arrange a car, I'll go over and take a look. Dad, you better not go. Go and arrange it. Lin Chen, Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian arrived at the high-speed railway station. Ding ding. Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tianlang calling, and Lin Chen answered the call. Tianlang, what's the matter?
The Tianlang on the other end of the phone said solemnly, Mr. Lin, Yen Mingu was shot dead in Jinshi. The murderer escaped and we don't know who the murderer is. Lin Chen was stunned.
Yen Mingu was shot? When did it happen? Tianlang said, about 10 minutes ago.
Mr. Lin, no matter who shot her, the Yen family will probably attribute part of her death to you.
It's none of my business. Tianlang, could it be that the Yen family did it themselves? They don't want Yen Mingu to be arrested and affect the family. Once she dies, some things will be completely untraceable. Lin Chen said. Tianlang, it's hard to say. Mr. Lin, this matter seems to be framed by our National Security Bureau. Our National Security Bureau will also intervene to investigate. Find out as soon as possible.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. His expression was solemn.
Su Mengyao asked, Honey, what happened? You don't look right. Yen Mingu was shot dead. Su Mengyao face changed slightly, she knew Yen Mingu. Husband, are you worried that the Yen family will blame you? Lin Chen frowned, that's for sure.
This is very strange.
The Song family shouldn't do this. If they know where Yen Mingu is, they can call the police. The Yen family, if they wanted to do this, why didn't they kill Yen Mingu quietly instead of making a big show? Su Mengyao, husband, do you mean that someone deliberately killed her to stir up trouble? It wasn't aimed at you, was it?
Lin Chen frowned and said, it's quite possible. Killing her will benefit the Song family, so it's impossible that they are targeting the Song family. If they are targeting the Yen family, it would be better to call the police. When she died, I became enemies with the Yen family. After thinking about it, it's most likely that she was targeting me.
Chapter 310, Meeting the Big Brothers of Magic City. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian next to her and said, Hubby, do you want to stay? I'll take CC back with me? Lin Chen shook his head, why should I stay?
Yen Mingu is dead, so why should I help the Yen family find the murderer?
Come on, we should get in the car.
On the train, Lin Chen played games with Lin Xiaoqian, and he didn't take Yen Mingu's shooting too seriously.
The Yen family might target him because of Yen Mingu's death, but so what?
He is not that afraid of the Yen family. The Yen family is a big and deep-rooted family. It is not easy for him to target the Yen family, but it is equally difficult for the Yen family to target him.
His SSS level status is not good looking. The country gave him this status because he has SSS level value. Ding ding. Su Menyao's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? There was a woman on the other end of the line. She said, Mr. Su, can you give your phone to Mr. Lin? I need to talk to him. Hold on.
Su Mengyao handed the phone to Lin Chen. Cici, come and play with mom first, dad wants to make a phone call.
Aha!
Lin Xiaoqian came to Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen said, I am Lin Chen, you are. Mr. Lin, we learned that Yen Mingu was shot and killed. The Yen family has great power in China. The Yen family may target you and your family next. Mr. Lin, do you want to immigrate to our Maple Leaf country? The woman on the other end of the phone said. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Maple Leaf country? Sorry, I'm not interested. The woman on the other end of the phone said persistently, Mr. Lin, if you come here, we can give you the best conditions. You and your family will even have many privileges. Not interested.
After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, and Lin Chen said, they are from Maple Leaf country, and they persuaded me to join them. Husband, could Yen Mingu's death be caused by Maple Leaf country?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, it's unlikely. Even if the assassination is successful, they may fail to recruit him.
Lin Chen felt that the most likely family was the Wit family. The Wit family has been in turmoil lately. They may suspect that he was the one behind the scenes, and killing Yen Mingu would make him completely antagonistic to the Yen family.
The Wit family has both the reason and the courage to do so.
Honey, I need to use the computer for a while.
Lin Chen said. Hubby, if you want to be busy, go ahead and do it.
Sisai, mommy will play with you first.
What do you want to play?
Su Mengyao said with a smile.
Lin Chen nodded and took out the laptop from his bag.
They were sitting in business class, with a large distance between seats. Su Mengyao was the only one in the row, and no one else could be seen.
Lin Chen quickly hacked into Edmund's phone.
Edmund had a new phone, a new computer, and a better defense system, but it was useless to Lin Chen. The network expert he found used some very niche techniques, but as long as his level was not higher than Lin Chen, no matter how niche the network techniques were, Lin Chen knew them all clearly. There wasn't a lot of data in the new phone, and Lin Chen copied it all and took it away quietly in just a few minutes.
Then came Edmund's call.
Then there are the rest of the Witt family, Terence, and the others. If this was done by the Witt family, Lin Chen felt that they should have left some clues. After an hour or two, all members of the Witt family were invaded by Lin Chen. They have changed their mobile phones, computers, tablets, etc., but it is of no use, and their companies and homes cannot be changed.
Email addresses cannot be changed casually. Save the information first and look at it later.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
CC, do you want to play a game?
Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian and asked with a smile.
Aha! Lin Xiaoqian came to Lin Chen happily.
5 minutes later, Lin Chen's hacking skills began to improve. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when they arrived in Shanghai. Lin Chen, Su Mengyao, and others went directly to the Su family. Mr. Su and Su Zhongting haven't sent the invitation letters yet. Xiao Lin, what a rare visitor.
Welcome, welcome. Mengyao, CC, come in quickly.
Old Su opened the door and said happily when he saw Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen and the others arrived at the house.
Old Su said with emotion, Xiao Lin, you are now amazing.
You are a world-renowned calligrapher, fairy tale writer, and also a world-leading mathematician. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Su, I am still myself.
These are just some empty names and not worth mentioning.
Su Mengyao took out the invitation and gave it to old Su. Grandpa Su, you must come to Lin Chen and I's wedding.
Come, I will definitely come.
Mr. Su took the invitation and said with a smile. Lin Chen, Mr. Su, we set the date late and sent the invitation late too, please don't mind.
Old Su shook his head, I don't mind. I know your situation well. We will definitely attend. Xiao Lin, do you have any extra invitations?
Zhongting said he booked a hotel nearby with a few other people.
Lin Chen nodded, yes. Old Su smiled and said, let's have dinner together tonight. Those people are all important figures in the Magic City. They really want to meet you, the master. Okay.
Lin Chen smiled and nodded.
The ones that Mr. Su was talking about must be the big guys in the Magic City.
Their rank is not as high as Mr. Yang, Mr. Li, and others, but they have great power in this small piece of land in the Magic City. The Su group is in Shanghai.
Hubby, let Liang Yi send CC to my parents?
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen squatted down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said, Xianxian, Grandpa and Grandma miss you.
And Liang Yi can take you there? Dad and Mom have something to do tonight.
I'll pick you up when Mom and Dad are done with their work.
Dad will make you something delicious tomorrow.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, Dad, you should drink less alcohol.
The smelly wine doesn't taste good at all. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoqian's nose and smiled.
Not long after, Liang Yi took Lin Xiaoqian away.
With the secret protection of the National Security Bureau, her safety would not be a problem. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen and his friends arrived at the hotel. Su Zhongting and others also arrived at the hotel in several cars. The secretary, mayor, and others of Shanghai have all come. Master Lin, Mr. Su, you two are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman.
Master Lin, I heard Zhongting talk about you a long time ago. He said you are a rare talent. It is true after seeing you today. Master Lin. Everyone was very polite.
Lin Chen smiled and said, thank you, leaders.
Don't call me Master Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin.
Secretary Dong Fengmao shook his head, that won't work. With your current achievements, it's not good for us to call you Xiao Lin.
Let's call you Professor Lin. You are now an honorary professor at Imperial University. Several people nodded.
Su Zhongting smiled and said, Xiao Lin, Secretary Dong calls you that, so I will also call you Professor Lin from now on.
Lin Chen nodded, it's up to you. After everyone sat down, Dong Fengmao smiled and said, Professor Lin, we have many good universities in Shanghai. Do you think we can choose 1 or 2 universities to be honorary professors? Just put your name on it.
Lin Chen nodded, of course there is no problem if there is a suitable one.
Chapter 3:11 Su Mengyao's meridians open up.
Dong Fengmao raised his glass and said happily, Professor Lin, thank you very much.
The comrades from the education department did not come, so I would like to thank you on their behalf. Secretary Dong, you're too polite. Lin Chen and Dong Fengmao drank a glass of wine. Mayor Yao Jinghua also raised his glass and said, Professor Lin, if Xingmeng Technology needs our government's cooperation, please feel free to ask.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mayor Yao, I only own a small share of Star Dream Technology, but I will not participate in its management. If you need any help, ask my wife. As he spoke, Lin Chen and Yao Jinghua also had a drink.
Su Mengyao smiled and said, Mayor Yao, Xingmeng Technology doesn't need any help at the moment. If there is, I will definitely not be polite. You're welcome. Xingmeng Technology is our key supported enterprise. Yao Jinghua smiled and said, Mr. Su, I want to ask, are you interested in entering the robotics industry? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen muttered in his heart, he obtained the robot manufacturing technology, which is a good thing, but the problem is, Lin Xiaoqian is not interested in it.
I played for 10 minutes last time and never played again.
It takes 30 hours to reach the Grandmaster level, and there is no point in doing this before the Grandmaster level.
Mayor Yao, we can do this, but not right now. We still lack a lot of technology. Lin Chen said.
Yao Jinghua nodded with some regret. This has a good prospect, but it is indeed lacking in meaning at the moment.
Professor Lin, do you want to enter other industries? We fully support it.
Lin Chen muttered in his heart that he had received 15 billion, and Yao Jinghua and the others should have known about it. He still has 10 billion in his bank card, but his bank card has a high level of confidentiality and no one else knows about it.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Mayor Yao, I'm interested in new materials. Are there any companies selling this type of materials?
It's too slow to build a factory from scratch.
New material? I think so.
Yao Jinghua's eyes lit up. The economy has been bad in the past 2 years, and many companies are having a hard time surviving. I'll have someone compile a copy for you when the time comes.
Professor Lin, what kind of new material do you want to produce?
Lin Chen said, there will be quite a lot of types. For example, composite materials that reduce the weight of aircraft, and coatings that improve the stealth performance of aircraft.
Yao Jinghua coughed lightly and said, isn't the coating that improves stealth performance used on military aircraft?
We have something like this in our country.
Lin Chen said with a smile, Mayor Yao, maybe I can come up with something better?
He has 95 hours of experience in aircraft manufacturing technology, and is only 5 hours away from reaching the Grandmaster level. The aircraft manufacturing technology he has acquired now actually includes new lightweight materials, stealth coatings, etc., but these are not strong enough.
If the performance of the products is not strong enough, there will be no market. The technology is not good enough and the cost is high.
When his aircraft manufacturing technology reaches the Grandmaster level, these things should be greatly improved. Professor Lin, I don't believe what others say, but I believe you can do it.
Yao Jinghua said happily, we will definitely cooperate with you fully. If you need any help, just let us know. The banquet ended as we were chatting.
Liang Yi had already sent Lin Xiaoqian back, and she came back to Lin Chen and the others to pick them up.
Hubby, are we going into the new materials field? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen nodded, many things are limited by materials.
This will have very good prospects. A passenger plane weighs hundreds of tons.
If we can reduce its weight by 20 tons, we can save a lot of fuel on each flight.
Not to mention the aerospace aspect.
Su Mengyao, competition in the field of composite materials is very fierce nowadays. Lin Chen chuckled and said, so, we either don't do it, or we have to be world class.
Let us start the company first. Su Mengyao nodded, hubby, you can invest in this alone. You have enough money to do this. If you don't want to manage it, I can help you manage it.
Sole proprietorship?
That's fine. You make the preparations, and I'll just pay for it.
Lin Chen smiled. When the 15 billion from the Song family arrives, he will have more than 20 billion, which is more than enough to get this thing done. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen and his friends arrived at Su's house. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep not long after her nap on the high-speed train.
Yang Qingyue smiled and said, Xiaolin, don't go back tonight. You can sleep here.
Okay.
Lin Chen nodded. Not long after, he and Su Guofeng arrived at the study.
Su Guofeng listened to Lin Chen talk about his trip to the imperial capital and some of the things he had just talked about with Dong Fengmao and others.
Lin Chen did not hide the affairs of the Yen family.
After listening to him, Su Guofeng pondered and said, Shaolin, first of all, you have to realize that these situations are normal.
You can't escape them, you can only face them.
A tall tree attracts the wind. When you become powerful, even if you are kind to others, you will affect the interests of others.
Or someone else wants to get a share of the profits from you. Lin Chen nodded, Dad, I know.
Su Guofeng said, don't take the initiative to intervene in the Yen family's affairs.
Just make yourself stronger.
When you become stronger, people will naturally help you.
The Yen family is an insider, don't you understand? Lin Chen nodded slightly, I understand. No matter how great I am, I don't belong to that circle.
If I take action, some of the other big guys will feel uncomfortable.
Su Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning.
Lin Chen did not sleep last night, his internal energy was slowly advancing through Su Mengyao's meridians.
It was completely cleared immediately. Lin Chen's eyes showed joy. Let me through.
Lin Chen controlled his internal energy to clear the last section of his meridians, and Su Mengyao woke up with a shudder. She felt her body more comfortable than ever before.
Husband,
Su Mengyao said in a tender voice. Lin Chen kissed her on the face and smiled, Wife, your meridians are completely unblocked.
Su Mengyao's eyes lit up. Hubby, have you discovered that I am a martial arts genius?
Lin Chen said with a smile, that's really not discovered. Although the meridians are unblocked, your meridians are small, and you are not a martial arts genius.
She said in a muffled voice, I thought there would be a surprise?
You opened up your meridians and found out that I was a Xianin Sync body or something.
Lin Chen. It's already daybreak, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Mengyao said coquettishly, can't I think about it? Husband, let's get up, you teach me Tai Chi.
Okay. They both got up carefully. Lin Xiaoqian was still sleeping soundly at this moment.
10 minutes later. Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
He found that if he left a little bit of internal force in Su Mengyao's body, her meridians would absorb that internal force when she practiced Tai Chi. She would not gain internal strength after absorbing it, but her meridians would become more resilient.
Strengthening the meridians can nourish cells throughout the body, and Su Mengyao's physical condition will be greatly improved in the future.
Without expanding her meridians, she cannot become a warrior, but with her enhanced physique, Su Mengyao will be much more powerful in the future.